Recording in progress.
9 o'clock and Conference meeting to order. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, April 19th, 9 o'clock in the morning. So welcome to all of you. Commissioner Tony Haas, would you please lead us in invocation if you'll rise?
Heavenly Father, thank you for another day. You know, Lord, the world seems like a pretty mean place. Sometimes the cares of the day seem to multiply, while the blessings fade so quickly. Give us strength in your word. Give us the power to take the next step. Give us your grace, for you know our weaknesses. May we receive your strength today and guide us in your will. Amen.
Commissioner Rizzo, would you lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Mr. Dorncap.
Commissioner Luis Lopez.
I'm here.
Commissioner Hess.
Here.
Commissioner Felix Lopez.
I'm here. Approval of the agenda. Do you have any changes to the agenda, Mr. Dorncap?
No changes, Commissioner.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Move for approval of the agenda.
Second motion.
Commissioner Luis Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Hess.
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez.
Yes, item number 2, consideration of minutes. Regular meeting minutes of April 5th, 2022. We received them, read them. Do we have any comments, concerns? Otherwise, do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
Motion to approve regular meeting minutes of April 5th, 2022.
Second the motion.
Commissioner Hess.
Yes.
Commissioner Luis Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez.
Yes. 2B, special meeting minutes, April 7th, 2022. Any comments, questions? Otherwise, do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
Move for approval of the special meeting minutes of April 7th, 2022.
Second motion.
Commissioner Luis Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Hess.
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez.
Yes. Item number 3, reading of correspondence, commissioners, committee reports. Commissioner Luis Lopez, would you like to go first?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Welcome, everyone, and good to see all your faces here today. I wish you all hopefully had a wonderful Easter holiday with your families. And other than the wind, I think we've had a nice few days of weather. This Easter Sunday was especially nice. I'll let my fellow commissioners report on a couple of the meetings. We reported to quite a bit of the same meetings this week, the past couple of weeks. The ones that I will be commenting on, the ones that I was attending. On April 8th, we had the Vietnam Veterans Memorial at Fort Wood Hall, pinning a lot of Vietnam veterans that have never been acknowledged in Los Angeles County for their service. And there's a lot more out there that still need to be recognized that at this time don't want to come forward. However, since they weren't able to be there, I'd like to just publicly thank every single veteran that we have in our community, including the Vietnam vets that were honored on the 8th. It was a wonderful ceremony. Mr. Ray Odom, our Veteran Service Officer, is doing a great job with that organization and assisting in honoring our veterans and assisting them in getting their rightful benefits that they deserve since they've come home and aging. And now that we're at a point where our community, where they're getting up in age, I think we really need to stand up for our veterans and be there to assist them, whether it be on the physical, mental, emotional side of life for them. So thank you, Mr. Odom and your organization for putting that on. April 11th was the Fisher's Peak Master Plan, but I'll let Commissioner Hass report more on that since he was on that committee. If he chooses to do so. And then April 12th, we met with the Scenic Highway of Legends, and Commissioner Lopez is leading that charge, so we'll go from there. On the 14th, I had my Urban Renewal Board meeting, and we're moving forward with the facade programs. We had one grant that was given out, which I'm very happy to say that the first one now for 2022, I believe, was to the SRT Theater and Maureen Street Live, which they are known as now. They will start renovating the exterior of their building with facade program, have received a grant under $3,000 from Urban Renewal at this point. They had all their funding in place. I think we have a couple more applications that are pending at this time, waiting for a little more information. But we look forward to giving that funding available out to the community. And there might be another mechanism as well, which I'll report on here in a minute. The fund balance for urban renewal is $361,000, so they have the funding mechanism is good. We also have some bills to pay that night. One of the largest bills was to pay out this year just the pass-through in the grant for the La Puerta and the Americana Road was paid out to the contractor for $181,745. So that Americana Road project is almost complete and moving forward. We also had, yesterday morning, I had my board meeting for the Otero Partners Incorporated, and we are at $1 million plus fund balance with Otero Partners. It's another lending mechanism for Los Angeles or County. Our director, Danelle Berg, will be coming to Trinidad, hopefully at our next Trinidad Los Angeles County Chamber of Commerce meeting, luncheon, and to do a presentation for our local businesses to let them know of the loans that we are able to give out to small businesses in our community. So we've had quite a few businesses take advantage of this very low interest loans to help them start up. Two of them are actually in the new eatery downtown on Commercial Street that have applied and been awarded. So we've helped those businesses as well. So if you know any businesses that are in need of financial revenue or loans to get started, or just to help supplement some losses at this time, we have that program available. Also, that board is considering allowing up to a $5,000 loan for businesses, not just in the urban renewal district of Los Angeles County or Otero County, but outside of those areas for their facade programs as well. So that's in the beginning stages. We'll get that information to to OPI from Urban Renewal to mirror the project we have here. So that might be another funding mechanism on a loan side if you can't come up with, if it's a nonprofit can't come up with their full funding. We will have low interest loans available to assist in that facade program and possibly help that organization get to the next level of their total funding on this project. So that's my report, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas.
Get a whip into that music. On April 11th, I attended the Southern Colorado Working Group with Fort Carson and Colonel Nathan Springer. The primary purpose was synchronization and coordination of the ongoing military, civilian, and local community efforts. Also, to give us an update on the training status through September, there will be 10 exercises involving medical unit training, small unit maneuver training with the National Guard, Air Force cadet training, 3 battalion-sized units force training with 1,000 soldiers each. Part of the presentation also included the low-level flight training with 2 new proposed routes. The name of the routes are Gambler, Comanche, Mustang, and Sabre. The Mustang and Sabre are the two new routes. 2 primary concerns that were brought up by the participants were there were 100-foot levels over residential areas and rural residents and premises and their livestock. A lot of them have their cow and heifers. They have those heifers in close to their facilities, and when they do these 100-foot training flights with the jets and C-130s and helicopters and such, it stampedes those animals, and you end up with injured animals and tore up facilities. So I asked if it was a possibility to lift to 100 feet when they got that to, so that we can both participate and be cool about working with each other. And they said yes. When flying over residential and livestock, they're going to take that back to their commanders and lift when they get to those rural residences areas. Also, Fort Carson was asked to provide more detailed route and drawings with maps that included county roads. So those ranches that live on, say, the corner of 52 and 48, they can call in and say, this is my location, this did happen, and then when they report a low level that caused damage, then the Fort Carson will be able to pinpoint which route that was on and tell those pilots you need to lift up right there, or else. I don't know what they do, but they'll fix it, I'm sure. The phone number for turning in those complaints is 719-526-9849 during business hours, 526-3400, extension 5500 after business hours. On the 11th, also attended an agriculture promotional meeting with the Denver Mayor Hancock, Salazar, Chad Worthman from Colorado Farm Bureau, Terry Frank Krauser from the Colorado County Association, Jacqueline Little from Colorado State University with Annalise Pippin from the National Western Stock Show, and of course John Swartout from director from the Colorado Counties Incorporated. The conversation revolved around the venue that we're going to have a major event, a kickoff event to help bridge that urban and rural divide. So we're going to have a promotional event that will do that. And one of my concerns is it would be a one and done. I don't want to see that happen. We're not going to educate anybody if it's a one big bang and then we're done. So we're going to try to stream this out to where we have at least 3 or 4 events throughout the year to help with that. It would mainly be focused on food security, Colorado food products that are available, and mentoring programs was brought up. So one of the staff from the governor's office and from the mayor's office both would like to see a mentoring project where young people from the black communities there in Denver and urban communities, if ranchers would take them and under their wing and for a week or weekend or whatever, just to show them what we do, what it takes to grow a product and get it to the table. Also attended a meeting hosted by CCI and with the Colorado Fire Commission. We're in a terrible drought, so anytime that I can participate in those, I will. The director from the Colorado Fire Commission was Mike Morgan. He was there. The program they're working on is called WUI, Wildland Urban Interface Code Board. It's a new commission that the governor had put together. The focus of the meeting was to give an update on the Fire Commission's latest work per the governor's request to evaluate and present options on a statewide approach to land use planning, along with perimeter defense and building resiliency. Unclear at this time how this program will be paid for and who would enforce. Would it be a state funded and enforced, or would it be another unfunded county mandate? It was stated that it could be county controlled, where the county possibly could impose more strict, but not less strict, rules and regs. Also attended the unveiling of the Fisher Peak Master Plan, located there at TSC. And thanks to them for hosting that event. And just a brief update on the Highway Legends that we all attended. Primarily the update was on the way signing a $500,000 grant that would be sought after, that would help with putting that signage up. I was a little disappointed at the public and private property owners that along Highway 12 we didn't have more participation. I believe there were only 2 individuals that showed up to address, the group with their concerns. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Briefly, the meeting that we have with Union Canyon, I just want to highlight a couple of things. One was that we asked them to have more direct information with the citizens, especially with the farming and ranch community. So they, the garrison commander will have at least 2 or 3, hopefully in the near future, meetings at Union Canyon with the community, so all of you can ask any questions that you might have concerning what the training exercises and so on. So that was actually beneficial. And one of the things that they also have identified, a lot of the New Mexico Marines fly over Colorado. And in many instances, they do not communicate with Colorado, so they come around. But when you see that, when there is a low-flying aircraft, Commissioner Tony has mentioned the number, give them a call, because they're using Colorado as a training site, which, it's air traffic. But those were 2 points that they highlighted and imperative and important for all the farming community, for all the residents. When you see a low aircraft in your community, just give them a call and they'll let them know. Please don't do that, specifically, on those particular very sensitive times of the year. So that was one of the highlights, in addition to what Commissioner Tony has mentioned. One of the meetings that we had at Colorado Counties Incorporated in Denver, and I'm there twice a month, and one of the things that we're looking at is we have 18 days, basically 19 days left in the legislative session. But there are still tons of legislative bills that are going to be proposed. And one of the ones that we're keeping an eye on is collective bargaining. The governor and the legislature are trying to impose that. Probably right now there is 2 entities in the counties and higher ed. We had an opportunity to make a few comments on that yesterday, and it's really not, employees have the ability to organize as we speak right now. Counties have the ability to enter into collective bargaining with their specific counties. So we'll see what happens. We took a vote as Colorado counties, and that particular proposed legislation was opposed by Colorado counties, because one of the counties did a very extensive research. This is Wall County, and it's going to put unfunded mandates on the table of so much. And we do support the opportunity for employees, obviously, to get into national track, staffing pattern and salary comparison. But to have the legislature pretty much mandated is going to create a ton of complexities. And then, of course, one of the challenges that could be, and we don't know if higher rate is going to stay there, it's only going to be counties. But on the outlying areas, having this type of mandate for some of the higher rate institutions is going to hamper their general funds. But nonetheless, keep an eye on that collective bargaining bill. It's going through we believe it's going to be on the floor. It's going to be a House bill, and then from the House bill it will be heard. But we think that even if they introduced it on the penultimate day prior to the completion of the legislative session, they can pass it in a couple of days. They have the votes, so we'll see what happens. And another bill that is actually going through is giving exemptions. 1332, House Bill 1332, giving exceptions to farm products that are grown in greenhouses, basically. And we had our Assessors Association looking at this. So in a sense, if you have a greenhouse, 50% of your greenhouse you produce edibles, carrots, green beans, whatever the case may be. But the other could be hemp, and or it could be hemp sister. Then you certainly now have an exemption, and you get a tax exemption for the entire thing. And that is really not necessarily a good practice for the ag community, because indeed it would be kind of getting behind the door and beginning to do business in a different perspective. One of the things that Colorado counties, we came together at the beginning of the year, and we worked with the legislature, is asked us, please don't send us any more unfunded mandates. We don't like those, because at the end of the day, our counties have to pass that cost to our citizens. And there's just not reason to do that. So the unfunded mandates have been loud and clear, and we also want to have local control. Counties, we know what our county's needs are. We know what has to happen. and basically working with our constituents. Certainly we do that. And the coalition of Colorado County Commissioners is pretty strong, and we come across the aisle. And I tell you one thing, when we get together once a month to go over the legislation, there are some pretty robust conversations, and so should they be. When we go take a vote, those items that are going to be impacting ag will come together, because we know that agriculture is the breadbasket of Colorado, and in so many cases, we need to protect that together, regardless of party affiliation. So that one of the lunch and learns that we had was affordable housing. We all know that affordable housing is a big issue, not only here in Los Angeles County, but throughout the entire state, and for that matter, nationwide. In Colorado, there is going to be a mandate for new housing. There is legislation that is going through that if any one of you want to build facilities, rental facilities, new facilities, you would have to have 50% of those facilities would have to have access to electrification, basically charging stations for electric vehicles. And so personally, I made a comment on that. Then you're taking the affordable housing, because now you're asking the owner and the contractor to put in their electrification. So who's going to pay the cost? The tenant. And at the end of the day, so a lot of legislation that is happening, but right now we're looking in the last couple of years with unfunded mandates, we're probably billions of dollars that have been passed down to constituents and via legislation. And so we'll continue to stand and ask the questions on these legislative proposed bills. We don't know what's going to happen in the last 15, 20, but if you have an opportunity, go to the Colorado General Assembly, and you'll find that the bills that are impacting counties specifically, take a look at those, and you'll see the position that counties have taken. And some of the positions that we take, obviously, they get to where they need to be, and then we do a ton of lobbying. We actually get an opportunity to go testify for or against, and exciting. But as constituents and citizens, I would encourage you to do the same thing. You get an opportunity to get on the phone, call your representative, and your representative right now here for Los Angeles County is Richard Hordorf, and call your senator, Cliff Simpson, and let them know how, and have them spend a little time with them, get involved, because the process, quite frankly, needs a lot of help. So that would be my report. And at any point in time, if you have any questions on legislative bills, go to the Los Angeles County website, and we post the latest tax bill with the positions that even this county has taken against or for on all the proposed legislation. So let's go to item number 4, elected officials update. Ms. Amaro, since you're here, would you like to join us?
Good morning, gentlemen and board. How is everybody? Hope you all had a pleasant Easter. At this moment, my office is getting ready to send out intervening year notices evaluation. Those will go out to anybody that made improvements, did any demo, any type of adjustment structurally to their home or business. So we will be sending those out. Hopefully we don't have a whole lot to send out, but those will be going out May 1st, and then we'll start our protest period and all of that statutory system in order to get values correct where we need to have them. Just an update on pictometry. They're needing about 12 to 14 hours of flight time left to cover our first project, which is flying the western part of the county. High winds, smoke, there's been quite a few issues with that, why they cannot fly, and they've been flying out of New Mexico right now. So they just can't get off the ground, and the winds are making the imagery very, very not up to quality, not what we need. But other than that, we're just getting ready to do mid-cycle.
Please, Chairman, if I may, since we have such a large audience here today, could you give them a little bit of background regarding pictometry and how your office uses that?
I sure can. I am Jody Amato, Los Animas County Assessor. We have an aerial imagery and we just re-signed a contract for our third flight in our county. What's called photometry or Eagle View, and what it does is we contract with a company and they have a group of Cessna planes that they fly our county in a grid pattern. Then they digitize that data, get it back to us, so we have real live aerial imagery of the structures and of our county. And we've been fortunate enough that we do have the entire county flown from west to east, north to south. This is an update, and we're hoping to continually update it because what it does, it allows my office in particular to do our job in assessment and see if there's any new construction, any demolition. We can verify what is out there. And we started this project in 2018, and since then, my office with one staff member sitting there going through all of this imagery, measuring, because we have the capability of measuring within a half-an-inch accuracy of a structure. And we have all four sides of the house. We can see vertically down, straight on top. We can see all the sides of the home, whether it's a home, an agricultural building, a garage, what is out there. From the time when we were able to start flying and put this imagery into use, we've put on over $300 million in actual value within our county. The safety to my staff, especially since hemp's sister is grown so widely out in our county, my staff is safe. We don't have to put anybody in harm's way driving up to a home or somewhere where we should not be, or somewhere where we're not wanted, because there is something illegal happening there. So that, to me, that is number one priority, the safety of my staff. Number two, we're the largest county in the state. We can easily put on 400 miles and never leave the borders of Los Animas County. We can drive and get to a locked gate, a no trespassing sign, and that is a wasted day for us. Whereas now we are more efficient in doing our job and making sure that everybody is, their structures and they're being equally taxed, and we're getting all of that, onto the tax roll to help fund all of our schools, our fire districts, all those districts out there that rely on those tax dollars to provide services to the community. So I'm very happy to say that we're able to fund it again and fly the west half. In 2 years, we're going to fly the east half again. I can tell you every office and department in the county uses it. Our sheriff's department has used it numerous occasions for health and safety. We have had to use it on when we've had fires, and we were able to get flights and water drops here because we can show that we have structures that were in danger. It has a multitude of applications, but it's a great tool, and it's helped my office do our jobs more efficiently.
Thank you, Ms. Motter.
You're welcome.
One of the best aspects of it, I think, is it helps with search and rescue.
Yes, because we can get a 911 call or a sheriff or a city police. If they have a lat and longitude, we can take that and drop a pin, and they have real life imagery to see if there's a trail, a jeep trail somewhere, if we need repellers to get to somebody, or what we need to get to our citizens to help them. So it's a valuable tool on many, many aspects.
Thank you, Mr. Mano.
Thank you.
Mr. Mestes.
Good morning. We don't have any updates for the clerk's office, but we do have several items coming up on the agenda in a little bit.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Do we have the county treasurer, Ms. Leonetti?
Good morning. Yes, at this time I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Sheriff Navarrete is at a meeting. Do we have anyone from the district attorney's office? Mr. Solano? Anyone from the coroner? Mr. Juniberger? Surveyor? Mr. Gary Terry? Hearing none. Let's go to item number 5, a public comment. Oh. Public comment, Mr. Clays from Starkville.
I'm Charles Glaze, Mayor of Starkville. We put together a letter here regarding our water improvement plan and funding, and I just wish to present it to you guys for your perusal, and hopefully we can get some more out of this. Thank you very much.
Yes, and you know what, let me address your email, and we have had a little bit of time. I was going to respond to you yesterday. I have what we were looking for. So the city of, the town of Starkville can directly apply for funds, so you can actually write directly to them. And there was an allocation already made to the town of Starkville, am I correct?
That's correct, your ARPA funds, there's an allocation of ARPA funds already made to the
Well,
town.
we've, according to our information, we've already accessed all the funds that were available under the regular grants and loans. So we're more interested in the American Rescue Plan Act funds that I assume is available through the county.
Yeah, go ahead.
Perhaps check with the Department of Local Affairs, because the information they sent us is that the town should apply for the second round of funds when they become available, but that the first round of ARPA funds with the town of Starkville was actually submitted to or given to the town of Starkville in the tune of, I want to say, $6,700 is, I have to look up the email, but so the county will not be funding any of the ARPA funds towards the town of Starkville. It's up to the town of Starkville to pursue those funds from the Department of Local Affairs when they become available. That's round two. Round one, repeating myself, has already been.
We have a listing on the letter there of all the funds that we've accessed and so on. But
And Mr. Mayor, what we can do is we can provide to you the direct contact to the Department of Local Affairs, so you make a phone call to them, and pretty much they're managing the appropriations for all the municipalities and towns. And they can give you historical perspective where, how much, when, and where did the money go. So certainly we can work with you, and that's what I was going to send to you yesterday. But I'll send you all that information with local representative. And if you have any additional questions, please feel free to
all right,
continue.
appreciate it.
And I may try, I think at that time, once you get the ball rolling, I believe the board can come back and ask the board to write some letters of support for your funding mechanism through the Department of Local Affairs. We'd be glad to help in any way we can for some support for the town of Starkville. So we just have to follow the proper process, but I think this is very achievable for the town.
This letter mentions the escalation in prices and, especially steel and stuff like that. We're afraid there's going to be a short funding on this project, so that's what we're worried about. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. And I think the rest of them are going to be on the presentations. Yes. So anybody else on public comment online or here? Okay, so maybe give us a couple. Very good. Okay, hearing none, let's go to item 6B. A, Health Solutions. Welcome.
Thank you.
Please.
It did come up a little bit short on the presentation here, so I'll make sure that we get some for the staff. I apologize for that. Delighted to be here. My name is Jason Chapeau. I'm the Executive Officer for Health Solutions. We service Los Animas, Worthington, and Pueblo counties. I'm joined by a couple colleagues, Sadie Gutierrez, our Chief Communications Officer, and Teresa Keller, who many of you may know, our Director of Rural Services. I want to share a little bit with you, and thank you so much for the time today. It's an important presentation. I will keep it brief. But you may have heard that prior to the pandemic, Approximately 1 in 4, 1 in 5 in the general population were at that time suffering from a severe or persistent mental illness and or substance use disorder. We think that number, some studies have shown up to 1 in 2 post-pandemic. And so the subject of mental illness, the subject of behavioral health, the subject of substance use disorders is relevant not just to them out there somewhere, but to all of us. All of us have had some exposure to it. Health Solutions is the community mental health center that services Los Animas County. And we wanted to spend a little bit of time just reminding you of what we do, where we are, who we are, and what's available to your community. One of the first things in the presentation after the table of contents, you'll notice a brief history of Health Solutions. There's been some confusion in some of our communities around what ended up being a name change for us earlier in the year 2016, I believe, 2014. And some had thought maybe we were sold or acquired or something like that. So I thought it'd be helpful to look at a little bit of history of our company. In 1962, our organization began as a community mental health center. That means this year we will be celebrating our 60th anniversary servicing Los Animas, Orfano, and Pueblo counties. The organization that was started in 1962 is the same organization that exists today as Health Solutions from a corporate structure. We did do a rebranding initiative to better identify ourselves in the service expansion that you see here on the timeline. From 1962 to roughly 2012, the size and scope of the organization was really static. In 2012, we began to experience some moderate growth, and then in 2014, reactive to the expansion of the Medicaid benefit from the federal level and state Colorado participating in that, we experienced exponential growth. I started with the organization in 2012. We had roughly 180 employees at that time, and we're seeing significantly less clients than we see now. Right now, we're at roughly 430 employees and see close to 10,000 clients a year. So you'll see there are some important milestones on the timeline there. One that may be of interest to you is 2 years ago, we did offer an additional service site here in Trinidad that's off of Main Street, and we opened what we call our MARC program. That stands for Medication Assisted Recovery Center. That is a substance use treatment evidence-based practice in which we're able to offer Suboxone, Vivitrol, and other medications that assist with detox and stabilization from other substances so that we can encourage people to participate in other services that support recovery. You'll see that this year, again, we are celebrating our 60th anniversary. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go over every one of these milestones. I could do that, but we would all need to order lunch and some other things. But I'm happy to take any questions about our timeline or our history before I move on.
So one of my questions is, what is the difference between a MAT and a MARC?
Just a name. MAT is kind of the industry language. MARC is the language that we chose to adopt, trying to soften some of the language a little bit and integrate the word recovery. So MAT is a medication-assisted treatment program. Our MARC is a MAT. We just like the language of medication-assisted recovery center versus treatment.
A different billing code?
Same billing. Same code. Yeah. Same billing, same protocols. Just our individualization of the name. Thank you. Any other questions?
As we work with Region 19 for the opioid settlement and addressing all the challenges that we're seeing on this particular 9 counties,
Yeah.
definitely your entity is going to be a key player on providing these services for the region. When we're looking at the 9 counties east of Los Animas County, to include Otero, Baca, and Kiowa, and Crowley, what partnerships do you have with other providers from the region to provide these services? And of course, Pueblo being the hub for the region. So, twofold question. A, detoxification program that we are proposing, $400 million. We still don't know what we're going to be getting as a region, but definitely we're going to be going out and putting out RFPs for these services for the entire region. So can you kind of walk us through how many entities such as Health Solutions work within this particular 9-county region?
The exact number I wouldn't know. I would say that the larger providers within the region, Health Solutions works very closely with. Crossroads would be one that might be familiar, as they have some local presence here in Trinidad. Southeast Health Group is out on the Eastern Plains, and they are the community mental health center that provides both substance use and behavioral health out in that region. Regarding the collaboration, I think it's really important and insightful to be thinking about not just doing something new and novel, but really thinking towards sustainability and a regional impact. And certainly Trinidad and Pueblo are some of the larger service sites in southeastern Colorado, and we really want to be thinking about, there's a lot of long-standing problems within the system that it would be worth taking a look at, in addition to doing new things. There is a significant amount of resource, but it is a one-time resource, and we want to be mindful of that. It's a great comment. If you turn to the next page, I apologize, any other questions? If you turn to the next page, this is just a quick snapshot in time of our organization. One thing that I do like to point out is if you look at the average client family income in which we serve, the majority of the clients that we see have a household income of under $20,000 a year. And so it is an impoverished population that we serve, and statistically, according to the Colorado Health Index, it's also a very ill population, both physically and in the behavioral health category. So the complexity of the needs of the clients in our region and the acuity is certainly significant and worth noting. You can see the percentage of staff by county. That tends to follow our service site size. You'll note that we seen roughly 182,000 adults in 2021. We provided 182,000 services to adults in 2021. We provided 37,000 services to youth in 2021. We do have 14 service locations. We have other sites, but we offer services at 14 sites across 3 counties. 2 primary sites are in Trinidad, and then we are co-located at Mount St. Raphael as well. That's a snapshot.
How do you work with, I sit on the board of a children's hospital.
Yeah.
I represent the Southern District, and when you mentioned that perhaps 1 out of every 2, is that the general population?
General population, what we're seeing with kids is right now, just read a study about 3 months ago, maybe longer, that was indicating for all the emergency room visits for behavioral health issues, kids are over half of them. And so it's a pretty big deal. We're seeing, and you'll see further on as I talk about what we're looking towards in the future. Services to kiddos and families is going to be critical. The need is there, and it's just growing. It was there prior to the pandemic, but there's been a lot of exposure reacted to some of the things that happen in the schools and that stuff.
So how do you partner with the local hospital or even children's? Because the capacity out in Colorado Springs and Denver for these entities, they're saturated with cases.
Yeah, it's challenging because they don't go that far south. And so we find ourselves seeing that as kind of a need that we're going to have to figure out how to meet. When we get to the inpatient referral process, we certainly work with children's and other hospitals. But the service delivery system really, from a children's standpoint, kind of cuts off at Colorado Springs. And so we are trying to bring our programs up to scale. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. We are a comprehensive service provider. You have on page 5 of that handout kind kind of a smattering of the categories of service that we provide. One of the things I'd like to highlight, you may or may not know that we are a primary medical provider, meaning we do hire and employ primary doctors that do coughs, colds, vaccines, that kind of stuff. That is right now out of our Pueblo site. We do have some interest and vision for looking at what that might look like in the other 2 counties that we serve. But if you look on page 5, you can get a feel for the depth and the breadth of the services that we offer across our 3 counties.
I noticed their client transportation. How is that used?
We in several ways. One, we either pay for transportation for clients to get to our service sites. In Pueblo, we have several shuttles that run through the city and physically pick people up, whether it's students getting into our programs or adults without transportation need. Transportation is pretty critical. The medical benefits around transportation are pretty thin. And so if you have a complicated illness and you get 3 or 4 funded taxi rides to a medical appointment, but you have 12 appointments, you're kind of stuck. So we really try to get creative and allocate resources to make sure that we can get people to us. Or if they need to go to a higher level of care. A common one for Trinidad is if we need to find an inpatient placement, we'll arrange the transportation up. Looking forward, our priorities, in addition to what's been main and plain for us for 60 years, those things are stable, static, and we will continue to invest in being the best behavioral health provider in this region for the sake of our clients. We are seeing a growing need for youth and family services. We would like to expand and deepen our offering, partnering closer with school systems, partnering closer with other community organizations, broadening not just our outpatient programming, but our community-based programming. In Pueblo, we have acquired what used to be a residential treatment site that's about 52 acres and has several facilities on it. We've dedicated half of that site to become a youth and family center of excellence so that we are creating a regional hub for quality and evidence-based practice for youth and family services. That site will include all of the traditional behavioral health and substance use services, in addition to early childhood development services. And so bringing in things like occupational therapy, speech therapy, pediatric care, some of those ancillary services to support health and wellness of kids and families. Complex care management is a need that's just growing, particularly in this county. As the population ages, we are seeing a heightened acuity of comorbid illnesses, meaning it's not just a single incidence of a behavioral health issue. It might be a very complex medical issue and a co-occurring behavioral health or substance issue. And those are very complicated and nuanced case presentations and looking at how we can do better care in that environment. Substance use disorder, you only have to read the newspaper, some very tragic stories almost on a daily basis. It's a big deal in this region. Southeastern Colorado has some of the highest overdose rates in the state and in the country. We have to continue to invest in that service line. And then obviously the world changed with the pandemic. Telehealth and video-based platforms have now become the expectation and standard rather than the exception. And so continuing to invest in not just creating those methodologies, but dispersing the technology to our client base so that they have access to those services when necessary. So that's Health Solutions. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Jason, thank you for being here. Nice presentation today. And, you know, you mentioned the pandemic and a lot of the mental health sides of things that we're dealing with and our youth. I hear all of the money coming down from the opioid and how we're going to utilize that one-time tranche of revenue to possibly assist all of these substance behaviors or disorders or abuse, mental abuse, mental disorders and stuff. Does Health Solutions have or will they include or have a resource for the spiritual health side of individuals in some sort of ministry of sorts to assist them, especially when I see the jail and the transportation of some of the, I believe that would be the jail and parole transportation. Probably that's because of the mental capacities and assisting them in some, possibly some mental health and assistance as they come in and out of our jails or are incarcerated in time, plus our youth as well. Is there any type of program at this time or a thought process of that for spiritual ministries assisting in that program, in this program?
That's a great question. Holistic care is certainly a value and a goal that we target. We primarily view our role in that as being a coordinator and facilitator and connector. And we do work very closely with the faith-based community and other spiritual and wellness organizations and have referral connections for our clients in that regard. We do not specifically have a program designed with that orientation, but it's always something to think about.
Yeah, I would highly recommend that your organization look at that and to have some offerings to these folks of different faith-based organizations in the community that they can reach out to as well. I know it's not a funded type of program, but I'm sure there's a lot of organizations, whether it be a Christian church or even a Muslim organization or whatever that their spiritual background may be, to assist them in recovery.
It's a good question. Thank you. We'll take that into account.
So on the telehealth platform, we had a meeting with the Behavioral Health Administration, the newly created branch of DHS at the state level. My question to them is, and then basically to anyone, how is telehealth going to work in some of the rural or frontier parts of Colorado? Because in many instances, there has to be the connectivity between the provider and the patient.
Right.
And if that is going to be over telehealth, there's studies that once you establish the relationship, it could work and it will work. But going into directly, there's a little bit of disengagement. So it's really not going to be the hub. You know, we have our eastern part of the county and the western part of the county that, in a sense, they basically don't have access to high-speed internet and those services. So the same question that for the BHA, you know, they're basically already saying this is going to work fantastic. You know, parts of Colorado, well, it could and it should and it may be, but at the end of the day, when we don't have the accessibility on technology-wise, so it's really not going to be the hub for families to do that.
Yeah, I would clarify and say telehealth is a solution. It's not the solution. And so we've known for the past 35 years that the number one curative factor in psychotherapy is the relationship with the therapist. And so there is a dynamic there that's not going to be supplanted by technology. Where we hope to bring technological solutions is to those where it is a good fit for that client in that space. I think the connectivity problem is pretty close to being addressed with the satellite deployment, particularly services like Starlink and others that really solve some of the bandwidth issues that we continue to struggle with in our rural counties. That's a little bit forward thinking yet, not too far in the future, but it's coming on board pretty quick. And we've been sampling that at Health Solutions with some of our staff who live in a rural environment. And we're getting some good results so far, and so we'll have to see where that goes.
And that's one of the reasons why I brought up the question about transportation.
Yeah.
120 miles from Trinidad to the eastern side of the county, and that's a huge challenge for
It is. And we will always have a physical presence in the communities that we serve. We have no interest in divesting ourselves of on-site, in-person service delivery.
As a board member of Council of Governments, that's another resource for you as well for transportation. Reach out to the director, Ms. Oliver, and she can assist you possibly moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, any other questions? Thank you.
Let me finish with this. You may not know this, Commissioner, but several months ago, Health Solutions was asked to provide a nomination for a behavioral health champion in our region. and we nominated Commissioner Lopez. And we found out recently that that nomination was recently approved by the board of the Colorado Behavioral Health Council. So that's a statewide award for a public official that is a behavioral health champion, and we are looking forward to a formal presentation of that award with the Colorado Behavioral Health Council, but I kind of wanted to get the drop on them and make the announcement here. So congratulations, Commissioner Lopez. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Chicken dinner,
Well, I think I'm going to have Commissioner Luis Lopez take from here on because,
I was just going to ask to clarify which commissioner.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
yes, thank you. You know, and it's imperative and important. The opioid settlement, we've been working with the Attorney General, Phil Weiser, from the beginning of the whole thing. And I took an opportunity to jump on the bandwagon and be one of the voices for Southern Colorado. And anytime you have an opportunity, whether it's with the legislator at the national level, for some of you may not know, I also sit on I'm the Colorado representative for the entire state at the National Association of Counties. And I spoke about frontier and rural counties at that level of perspective. We were in Washington, D.C., and one of the imperative voices that is being forgotten is rural counties. And we talk about, Commissioner Tony has spoke about the urban and rural divide. And we need to come back together because the people that live on the urban and metro, they have accessibility to more services, and we know that just simply by making the assumption. But thank you so much for that comment. Literally, you surprised me at time, and but this is not the work of one. I have a tremendous support with all of you and with my county commissioners, and I tell you what, our voice is being heard, and from that perspective, I'm really honored. So now we're going to go to section C, 6B. We're going to have some of the nonprofit presenters. Some of you received funds. So the Zion Lutheran Church of Trinidad.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Jason.
Good morning. It's nice seeing all of you
Good to see you.
and all three from the past. For those who don't know me, I'm Noreen Hazen, former school teacher, only 54 years of teaching, member of Zion's Lutheran, and as you can tell by my shape, I do like food. And we know that there is a need for food for many people in our community. Thanks to you folks helping us, we're getting through the increase in cost for a few of our food programs. One being what we call 5 loaves. The last Saturday of each month, our volunteers get together and make from 250 to 300 lunches and deliver them to people in the community. And I don't mean just Trinidad. We have gone to Hopedale and up Highway 12. We also have one route that goes out towards Honey. We try and make sure that these are meals that are well balanced: fruit, vegetable, protein, starch, and usually some kind of a treat. And with the help of many of our merchants in town, we've been able to get in on some good deals to where we can also put in something that they could use for another meal, like a box of mac and cheese. I bring that up because Ringo's and Segundo got us the boxes for $1/4 each. That's a good price when you're looking at buying 300. We get the names of people who can use this food, either by them volunteering or through Meals on Wheels, or somebody seeing, hey, I think this person could use some help. About 3/5 of our recipients are seniors, many who are homebound. About 1/5 are other people who might be homebound or just could use help, and about 1/5 are our homeless. I sit in front of the soup kitchen on that Saturday and pass out the meals. And then drive through the parks and up where we know some of them are and pass out meals. The meals consist of, this month it'll be taco meat cooked, shredded lettuce, shredded cheese, 3 packages of salsa, 2 street-sized tortillas, a bag of Fritos or Doritos, a cup of fruit, and a can of refried beans. So we fit all the food groups. You can tell I was a teacher. And we figured they could always keep the refried beans to use for another meal. One of the meals that they really, really like is chicken. And thanks to Safeway, they put on a special person to cook for us on that Saturday. Comes in at like 5 or 6 in the morning. So she can have between 500 and 600 pieces of chicken ready for us before 8 a.m. They're taken to our church where we have volunteers who will pack these into 2 pieces of chicken in a Ziploc bag. That meal usually consists of some kind of a vegetable. In May it'll be a salad, 2 pieces of chicken, a bag of chips or crackers, something like that, a fresh piece of fruit, and the mac and cheese this time. The people seem very, very thrilled with this. And thanks to the money you gave us, we were able to not panic because of the rise in costs. It used to cost us $2 a meal, and now it's up almost past $3. Big difference when you're working on just volunteers and volunteer money. Any questions?
Just a comment, Ms. Hazen.
Yes.
Thank you for your work that you do for this community. It's truly a God's gift, something you're able to give back to our folks here. And don't thank us for the money. Thank the community. They voted for this 2 years ago. It's your tax dollars that they allowed us to offer to nonprofits in our community for each one of you that are here today. So thank your neighbors next time you see them for voting for this. It truly is a blessing that our community came together and supported this ballot measure for Los Angeles County. But it was to support themselves. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
And who can we contact? People listening on the call today that wish to donate to your organization. What's the best way to
church's
go?
number is 846-7785. My home number, and the phone is usually with me, is 680-1292. And we love donations. When people donate things, then we can put, after we check the dates to make sure that we're not receiving a case of expired items, we can use that as an extra bonus for one of the 9 routes that we deliver to. If you can imagine, we have about 35 volunteers on this last weekend to do the prep and delivery. And now that was bad, before and pre in one sense. Before pandemic, we encouraged our deliverers to visit with the people because many of these little people don't have many people visiting them. And so having somebody come by and say, hey, I brought you a chicken dinner. Yeah, that means a lot to them. But because of pandemic, we went through providing masks, gloves, and in some of the lunches, and I know I'm chuckling a little, we decided there was a need for toilet paper. So we got pre-wrapped, each individually wrapped rolls of toilet paper and sent them out with the lunches too. And you gotta do something different once in a while. Besides the 5 Loaves program, we also do Thanksgiving dinner. Pre-pandemic, we were doing 900 meals on Thanksgiving Day. I remember this is all volunteer stuff. Pandemic hit us. We still did Thanksgiving. Both Thanksgivings, we did not stop it because pandemic didn't get rid of Thanksgiving. And so we did 500 meals. Proper protocol, having a health department person standing next to me, making sure I was checking everybody's temperature. And I do have to add this little chuckle because I think it's funny. My thermometer, they point towards you, is in Celsius. And the woman didn't want me to do hers, so she took it. And she took hers and she, this is in Celsius. I said, well, yes. Isn't that the proper way of doing it? I taught kindergarten, we know the difference. I can translate Celsius to Fahrenheit, big deal. I just had to do that. She was getting on my nerves. So, and then we do help the soup kitchen and then at Christmas, and might be doing more this year at at Christmas. We also have found that some of our people, we worry about, what meal a month? What's that? And so we have been known to drop by extra meals. We also have a small food bank to where if we know a family needs something, we can provide. And we always accept volunteers and volunteer items.
Well, Ms. Jason, thank you so much for being here today, and blessings
Thank
to you and
you.
the group, and faith-based programs are
Thank
very
you.
powerful, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jason. Okay, we have the Art Council of Trinidad.
Hello, my name is Rich Alford with the Art Council of Trinidad, and I can't claim that feeding people, we do anything that important, but I think what we do is something helpful. Thank you for giving me a little audience. The Art Council of Trinidad is a small nonprofit. We just have about 8 people, and we've only been in existence 5 years, but 3 years we put on an event called the Make Art Fair. And we're going to do it again this June. It's June 24th, the last Saturday in the month. And what we're doing is at the History Museum. And what we do is have about 8 people there ready to demonstrate forms of art. And we're not just trying to show people how to do things, we're trying to get them to do it. And so all around the country there are things called makers fairs where artists demonstrate their expertise. What we do is we say, you're an artist too, you can make art just like people who've been trained. And so we supply all the supplies, the event costs nothing at all, it's completely free. And from 9 till 12 and 1 till 3, we have 8 people showing you how to do 8 different kinds of art. And it's always a beautiful day at the History Museum. That's a really nice time of year, 24th of June. And the money we have requested, which you gave us, it goes for supplies. No one who participates is paid anything. It's all volunteers. And so no one makes any money out of this. But we do need about $1,500 in supplies total. And you guys gave us $700, which we thank you for very much. We also got some money from the Bar Nye Foundation. They've been really good contributors. But I think what I most want to say is, come. It's for kids, but adults as well. It's for everybody. It's not directed at either group. It's directed at anybody, 5 and up. And you can make lots of neat art. Myself, I'm showing how to do tie-dye. By the end of the day, I'll be covered in dye. And last time, I think we did about 55 tie-dye t-shirts. And this is going to be our 4th year of doing this program. And we're trying to help Trinidad be seen as an art community. We think that may be part of our future. And so we really think this is a big part of it. Now, we do more than this. Starting next week, we are going to do a Trinidad Youth Art Show down at the Mitchell Museum. And so kids are going to be turning in their art on Monday, And from Tuesday through Friday, you can come into the Mitchell and see art done by children from age 5 to 18 here in Trinidad. We've got prizes, $50, $30, and $20 for first, second, and third for each age group. And it's going to be lots of fun. And then on Friday, a week from this Friday, is our reception and award ceremony. So these are our 2 big events each year. We're going to do a youth art show. We hope to make it annual. And then the Make Art Fair, this is going to be our 4th annual. Any questions?
Yeah, I have one. I'm interested in the alcohol and ink program. When does that start?
Yes, and it involves no consumption of alcohol, so don't get your hopes up. It's a really interesting process where you put alcohol on a non-porous surface, either a photographic paper or like a tile, and then you drop ink into it, and it dissolves and mixes, and it's a beautiful medium. And they've actually banned this medium in some art shows. They say it's too easy to make something beautiful. It doesn't take any skill. So yeah, alcohol ink is one of the things, and then we have something called acrylic pour art. If any of you know the Elliot Lopez, she helps people pour acrylic paint in containers and then pour them out on canvases. It's a very interesting art form. And then we have something called Mandala Rocks. Joyce Miller, if you know her, she's the chair of the city's Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission, and she teaches people how to do mandala rocks. And then we have Bobby Mosconi, who shows people how to do batik. And I do tie-dye. And John Raggio, if you know him, he shows kids how to do clay modeling. And we may recruit another person. So yeah, we have all those forms of art available.
Mr. Alford, thank you for being here today. Question for you. The Art Council of Trinidad is newly formed 5 years ago.
Yes.
Is it a derivative of the Trinidad Area Arts Council? Are they still?
They are defunct. And we kind of, we're trying to get out from under the shadow of that group. That was a very popular group that did a great deal, but they ended in, it was an unpleasant ending where someone embezzled money and they ended bankrupt and owing about $20,000. And so we've had a little trouble attracting new members because they keep thinking we're that same group.
Well, that's why I asked. I served on that board 20 years ago. And we did a lot more than just arts at that time of like painting and sculptures and stuff. We actually brought in a musical concert with a mariachi group and a New Mexico musician and had a big fundraiser dance at Special Gym. So as a musician, I'm a big fan of all arts, including the musical arts as well. But I just wanted to clarify if that was still
a separate
organization.
And they did great stuff.
Back in the day.
They just had an unpleasant ending.
Thank you.
Well, we want to thank you so much, and thank you for reaching out to the youth. If the statistics that is said, 1 out of every 2 children are going through mental health challenges, this is going to be one of the ways by which they can cope with the stressors of life and so on. So, Mr. Alford, thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to go to the next, the Trinidad and Animas County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Romero.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to come here again today and talk about some of the work that we do in the community. I represent today the Trinidad and Los Animas County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Southern Colorado Coal Miners Memorial and Museum, as well and directly involved with United Mine Workers at the Ludlow Memorial Site. I'd like to say thank you, first of all, for continued support from Los Animas County to facilitate our activity, our events, and the work that we do at the museum. At the museum, we currently have 12 volunteer members who help assist in maintaining the museum. We also have a board of 7 with the Los Animas County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to facilitate the events, cultural events primarily for the community. within the framework of the Coal Miners Museum, this year we've given our scholarships out to students. We're preparing to invite local high schools to generate new recipients into the scholarship program that we facilitate with Trinidad State Junior College. We also have a scholarship through the Coal Miners Museum with the that ties in with the Trinidad State Junior College Educational Foundation. I don't know if you need a history or want a history of the Trinidad Los Angeles County Hispanic Chamber, but I'll give you a little short bit of information. We evolved in the year 1988 with one scholarship at that point in time, and doing since then cultural events that we invite the community to partake in and enjoy. In the year 2013, we were able to obtain the building where the Southern Colorado Coal Miners Museum is housed, and offer that space to local community organizations to meet or other activity that we can facilitate there to offer that to the community. This year and after COVID, the whole thing, we're able to start up again, and so we rely on donations, private. We rely on membership dues, any types of little funding that we're able to receive, and thank you so much for being a part of that. Our job at the museum as volunteers is to upkeep the maintenance at the museum with paint, and other work, facilitate the events that we undertake, and maintain indoors as well at the museum. We have our Cinco de Mayo event coming up May 7th. You're all invited to come and enjoy anything that the vendors will have to offer there, the music, ballet folklorico, and so that will be, that part of the event will take place on that day. We also have the Ludlow services that come up the last Sunday in June, 10 a.m. at Ludlow. I think that about covers, I think, pretty much everything. The work that we do as volunteers. And so invite you all to come and enjoy any part of the event that partakes there. We also have Las Posadas, a religious event that we have during December, the month of December. So I invite you all to come and enjoy whatever activity we have there.
The May 7th event, what time does that start?
May 7th, 2 p.m.
2
in the
p.m.
afternoon. Yes, with car show and vendors, car vendors, truck vendors, other vendors, ballet folklorico, and then music towards the evening. Dancing music if you like to dance.
And I don't know if
It's
you've
good exercise.
heard what I mentioned earlier, possibly another funding mechanism will be available through Otero Partners Incorporated for facade programs. I know the museum was looking with urban renewal. Yeah, still in the process, right?
Oh, yes, great, yeah. And if you will, or whoever can, keep in touch with us. We would like to get our windows more secure in the front, maybe a different little facade of interest there.
Yeah.
And more security for us, for locking our building, that kind of thing. So
Once Otero Partners adopts this policy and moves forward, probably be about another month and a half out, maybe 2 months.
okay.
And I'll put you in contact with them. So it's another source for, it would be a loan, but it would be low interest. So
Okay, great. That's good to hear.
well, to offset some of the other expenditures, because I think getting your funding available for the facade for Tura needed more funding at the time.
It
So
did.
this might be an avenue perfect fit right in for you guys.
Yes, it did.
Okay.
And we can certainly use that, and it's for the good of the general public, and people who come there. So thank you, appreciate that, knowing that.
Thank you, Ana. And by the way, Commissioner Luis Lopez is on Cinco de Mayo. You might want to give him a little spot in there because he knows how to sing and do the whole thing. So I'd love to go watch him do something that evening.
You're going to join me.
Thank you.
No, that would be nice. I heard you at Mass, so that was wonderful.
You as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.
for being here. Yes, Johnny Steiner with Earth Mountain Education Farm.
Yes, thank you so much,
Good morning.
Commissioners, for this day for the nonprofits to be recognized and the work that we do in the community. So I am the director of Earth Mountain Education Farm. We've been here over 20 years now. There's an outdoor education center out of Weston, and then we manage 2 garden projects in town. One is the community garden that we've had since 2005. That's under Torah. And we work with the city on that. And then also the Good Food Project, which we work with a local farmer who has donated that land for the use. We've been on that. Good Food Project is in its 9th year, this year. I have a handout of all of our programs for all of you. So you can see what we're up to. There's been a lot of activity under Earth Mountain in the past couple of years, so we really appreciate the funding and the support. I'm especially happy to be speaking with Mr. Haas and letting him know us more a little bit. We do represent that ag community. We are organic farmers. We've been running a mentor program, a residential mentor program, for over 15 years. So a part of my staff is residentially coming to the farm, interning, learning sustainable ag, and going back out into the environment. I've had over 30 people who have started their own farms in the last 20 years, or work for outdoor education, or work for outdoor schools. So we last year started the Mountaineers program, very strong, comprehensive program. That was really a response due to COVID. And knowing that the kids, let alone before COVID, the kids are being raised in their rooms with their devices, right? So we got to get them out. We have an incredible atmosphere and environment in this county region. Earth Mountain is very remote. We're an hour from town. We're in a forested location. So the kids come up twice a month. It's a twice a month program, ongoing, 10 to 3 different age groups, and that runs from June all the way to October. So it's a very comprehensive program. We're serving people from youth and families that are coming from Aguilar, Kuchara even chimed in. So the whole county has responded to this program. The Mountaineers, we had over 15 in each group last year in a pilot program. I expect to be double that this year. So that'll go on from year to year. We're partnering more and more seeing that Earth Mountain works in young people's lives. It's out of the box. It's showing what can be done. It's teaching work ethic. We are all in our heads. The kids are in their heads from all of the information age, and they're coming out of academia in a big, big way. But we lost that generation that is coming from the farms and the ranches. So the work ethic isn't there. That's a major part of what I do in our internships. So in any of the farms, there always needs to be a lot of labor. So in that Good Food Project, we've had an internship for ages 14 to 18 for 8 years. That was started in the second year of its program. More than half come back each year. We host 8 students for 8 weeks. In my mind, it was replacement to Upward Bound in a way. When we lost that federal program, we came on with that internship because the kids used to be able to get a little bit of income through Upward Bound, and they were also able to be working in the community and and doing different things to feel like they're a productive part of the community. I was an educator for Upward Bound for years, and I think that age group really needs the incentive, whether it be that $50 a week for 10 hours of work at the Good Food Project. They manage the CSA, which is Community Supported Agriculture. That is direct farming, so your family can buy into that community farm, and they manage that CSA. They document, they harvest, they grow, they learn every part of the cultivation of organic vegetables, and then they package, they wash, they package, and they directly serve the community by the community picking up from that. So very, very empowering. Once we get kids or anybody's hands in the soil, they're going to come back to it. The earth heals. I've seen the mental health transition of a lot of youth, a lot of people in their 20s, and we do work with that at-risk group. Now I'm partnering. I've always been in partnership, but off and on, with juvenile diversion, probation office, and I think our newest partnership now is Health Solutions. You see that the youth and families are the priority area for those folks. So at the community garden, there will be a Health Solutions family space for collectively growing food for their families and learning about that and having outlet. And also at the Good Food Project learning programs. So it's just a really powerful thing. I'm looking forward to more mentorships in our enrichment programs, that we're offering to juvenile diversion. I have a letter here at book. Let me read the front and back. Funding is essential. The DA's office doesn't have enough money. Juvenile diversion doesn't have enough money. They want to use the programs. These programs work. We build the relationships with those kids. We give them job skills. We show them what's possible with very little and just some hard work. And then they're able to really transform their lives. I think substance abuse is huge with the young people due to boredom. Due to just being in their rooms, nobody paying attention, and then they just kind of go into two different directions. So the more we can create these type of groups where they're social groups where they can get inspired and be motivated to do something for themselves and gain some skills underneath themselves rather than possible therapy, it's more internships and mentoring programs. I think in my 20 years of being a work trade farm, and that's how I get a lot of things done, it has transformed lives, so many lives. So why not have mentoring for the younger ages? And that's what we're doing with Health Solutions in these enrichment programs. So thank you, we really appreciate it. Any questions?
Ms. Steiner, thank you for your programs that you do. As a father of 2 young children while they're teenagers now, we've raised them in that same atmosphere of raising animals and raising a garden, family garden annually. And you're exactly right. Their mental health is a lot better than not being stuck inside a room for being at that age. I think these types of programs would be great if we could have a bigger outreach to some of the youth in our community. So the question I'm posing to you is, has that relationship been developed with our local school districts and doing presentations with them for recruitment purposes for the youth?
Yes, the internships go out to all of the guidance counselors, all of the principals, any internships that we offer. I'm going in, it's Earth Day week. Friday is the actual Earth Day, and so, we put out there that we can come into the classroom and teach permaculture, which is a integrated design science for sustainability. It's not just agriculture, it's very holistic. But, so we're going into the schools, doing those programs. I'm also on the board of the youth club. We have a new director. He's just wonderful, and we're doing a lot of great programs and expect to build programs together. Field trips with the schools, they come up. We go to the schools. As you know, the high school was a part of a project that we teamed with that living classroom that still lives today. It's a living pond system. There's fruit trees and things that are happening there. So as of tomorrow, I'll be going to Trinidad High School, talking to the high school students.
Thank you.
And what kind of buy-in are you getting from all the schools? Are you, as far as participants, or?
I would say, as much as I've promoted and put it out there, the schools are the hardest to break through. Their administration is hardest to break through. So Premier is open. You see that. Mr. Vidal is very open to programs. He has different programs going on. A little bit harder it really depends on the teachers and if they're receptive to that. You know, and offering field trips and rebonding trips in September for the kids to come up. One, they lack the funding. They don't have grant writers at schools a lot of the time. And you know, it's hard to do programs for free. And then ultimately, so the lack of funding, and then you need those teachers who were getting further removed from the ranch, further removed from ag, further removed from outside, and more techie. And so ultimately, you have to really promote to the teachers who really understand the value of that, and there's few and far between. So I find that those teachers are receptive. Like Zeb Williamson I work with really closely. We worked really closely on that program. But overall, I think teachers are very taxed out. They have a big job to do. And the schools are underfunded. So these type of enrichment programs don't get utilized like they should. So that is one reason we're constantly seeking funding to create scholarship funds. You know, like juvenile diversion, they want to use the program, but their funding is capped. So if we can create a scholarship fund for these type of programs under any entity, it can be under us, or it can be a larger entity of blanketing that. But I think that the funding is not available to most people that need this type of services and exposure. It's always the kids that their parents aren't going to take them somewhere. You know, the Mountaineers, parents are coming up and bringing their kids an hour. That has been incredible. Just like Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, which we don't have much representation here anymore, the parents are very happy, very engaged with their kids when they're coming. We don't have that on school trips, but Felix has been up. He's hoed in the garden at our place and been teaching the kids. So it's been a really amazing transition to see with a lot of the kids. I just wish we were able to serve, you know, more and the kids that really need it, because it's pretty it's pretty apparent that you know, the substance abuse, especially through goal, because a lot of the kids that go to goal are in an alternative situation. And they need a lot of guidance. I think that the more we can do some mentoring programs, I think whether it come from the opiate, whether it come from what you were talking with the ag program, whether we're talking about transforming safety and the partnerships that we're building through that, you know, this community and building more mentorships. And the Mountaineers is just that. In identifying as a Mountaineer, as a trailblazer, a 5 to 8 year old is a trailblazer. The 9 to 14s are woodwalkers because they're starting to be able to walk in the woods. These are all skill building days. And then the guardians are the 15 to 18. And that's because they need a role. They need a purpose. They need to know they need to care for something beyond themselves. It's hard to care for yourself, but you can care for others. So they have a relationship with the youth, the younger kids, and a relationship with the earth. And that just goes really far. So I hope that this can be a strong program for us. Maybe out of the Mountaineers we'll get our own youth corps for some of the public lands that we have to upkeep and keep now. I know we're bringing Mile High Youth Corps, but why not have our own youth be that youth corps that gets paid? The one thing why the Good Food Project internship is so successful is because we pay the high school youth. It really is the incentive. You don't get that age group to sign up for things. So that viability of just earning a little bit of money
and feeling proud of that money, which 8-week program, they can earn $400 by the end of the program, and they can keep it and save it, or they can. But what really happens out there is the kids working under harsh conditions sometimes, mosquito gear, rain, they still need to provide the food, they still need to work out there and show up for work as a leadership program, as a job prep program. This is the first step for them to say, I am accountable for myself, and they're doing it in a huge way. So.
Agriculture is 365 days a year, 24/7 on holidays. And I appreciate what you're doing, because this is just exactly what we need to do to bridge that urban and rural divide. I wish there was a curriculum, kind of like home ec, that grade schoolers could use to plant their own carrot and grow it and see what it takes to nourish that and get it to the table.
Yeah.
These programs that you have, are you at capacity? Do you want to grow this program? Because I can make some calls and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, we would like to grow the program. Due to funding, typically, I keep it at 8 students for that internship. I would love to host more. It's very successful. You know, we're almost 10 years strong. So, and I would love to see more other farms participate potentially. You know, and not just under Earth Mountain Farm. We have a lot of branches. We have a lot of places that maybe youth can go to and help. The skills that the older generation has that is not being passed on to the younger generation, and also we're flip-flopping in the way that, yes, everybody went to college, we're flip-flopping back. We see that the trades need to be a strong entity of jobs. So we want to strengthen that skill base and reskill ourselves, if you will, to do those things. And Earth Mountain Farm up at the Outdoor Education Center, it is completely off grid. It's like you step back into maybe early 1800s or 1900s, and we're introducing blacksmithing. We do a lot of wood carving. All the kids are responsible to make their own lunches, even if they're 5 years old. They got to spread their peanut butter. Okay, you can do it.
Well,
yeah.
And Jody, when we took a group of students up there, the hike going from the bus stop, they go over the mountain, immediately they forgot about their cell phones and technology. So they're hiking, going to the place. And then when they get there and you took them through the process of what it is to be totally off-grid, the water that they drink, and then they prepare their own lunch. They went to the greenhouse and picked up whatever they wanted to put on their pizza. They had to fire the oven, and I mean, it was incredible. I mean, I tell you, we had a debrief with the families of those 2 groups that we took 2 consecutive years, and they wanted more of that, as Commissioner Tony has, because the kids came back and, Mom, you should have seen this. I mean, I actually made my own. I went and picked them up. This is what I put on. So definitely this is where it's at, because we cannot forget ag as one of the foundational tenets of who we are. So thank you so much for what you're doing, and thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, I think if the kids want more, then the Mountaineers is a great program for that. The youth club will be bringing kids 2 days a week throughout the summer also. So if they don't have transportation, you can get involved in the youth club, and they'll be having outdoor education up at Earth Mountain also. So appreciate you.
Thank you so much. And now we go to Trinidad State College Foundation, the College Opportunity Scholarship Initiative. We have the rest of this all yours, Ms. DeAngelis.
I'm Tony DeAngelis, Executive Director of Trinidad State College Foundation. And thank you, first of all, Commissioners, for the 4 areas that you supported this year that fall under the foundation. We do serve as a fiscal sponsor for some of the other groups that are supporting students in our community. I'll go ahead and talk first about COSI, the Colorado Opportunity Scholarship, and if you wouldn't mind, one of each, and pass it along. So, as you may remember, the Colorado Opportunity Scholarship is something that's been offered by the state, and we've participated now for, I believe it's been 5 or 6 years. So it's a successful program. The goal is to really encourage the community to get involved in the matching program and help our students that need that little bit of extra help in completing their post-secondary education hopefully without loans and going into debt, and being able to complete that post-secondary education without worrying so much about how they're going to pay for things. I will say that last year, county supported the program with $15,000, and we were able to again match that with funds from the state. This is a partnership with Adams State College or Adams State University, so it's really split between, it's based on enrollment, although I will tell you, because of the way enrollments work, 93 to 95% of the dollars are staying with Trinidad State College, and the other 5 to 7% is going to Adams State College. But again, it's Los Animas County students attending Trinidad State College or Adams State University. And that $15,000 last year turned into over $35,000 in the way of scholarships at Trinidad State College. So your investment was leveraged in a way that allows us to help more students and take advantage of those funds that are available. Again, with the almost $36,000 that was awarded this academic year, that was 24 students that received almost $1,500 in scholarship funds. And the students come or are studying various areas. It could be nursing, automotive, welding, heavy equipment, transfer programs like engineering, robotics, teaching. So it's helping a wide range of students from Los Animas County to achieve their goals, and it's something that's a huge benefit to our local community. This year, with your support, we were able to take advantage of the reduced match program, which meant that with the approximately $8,200 in funding that was provided for this upcoming academic year, it's a basically 25-75% match, so your $8,200 turns into $32,000 approximately. And again, it's still based on that same allocation of split between enrollment at both institutions. I did share with you a few thank you letters that students had provided, and I think it shows you the range, not only of what area they're studying in, but what it means to our students. And I can't thank you enough for that type of support, because we see that so much with our students, and of course with the Trinidad State College Foundation. That's a big part of our mission, is supporting scholarships for students at Trinidad State College. So anything that we can do to help students through their education is something that is a big benefit that we can provide. Are there any questions about the program?
I'd just like to say I'm glad to see this grow. I remember 6 years ago, my first year in office, we had a presentation by yourself, and I don't think we were able to fund you at that time, or even do any funding for the COSI grants and scholarship programs. Mrs. Coberly and Mr. Loudon and myself and Mr. Moulter at the time were very disheartened that we couldn't get the funding at the time to help you. So I'm glad to see, again, what I said earlier, the taxpayers allowing us to do so, to help ourselves and our community and help our youth and the other programs we've discussed today. And I look forward to the other three presenters coming up before us today to hear their stories. But again, thank the community for what we're doing, and thank them for allowing us to do so. And also our team of members that put this together. If the commissioners don't do the allocation, we have a separate organization or a group of people that crunch the numbers and make the allotments of these grants. So make sure we thank those group of folks. I think they're in the letter that's sent to you, who are the parties, the community members that are the contributing factors to assisting in this grant proposal, grant program. So I'm glad to see it though. It's just amazing.
Yes, thank you. It's quite an investment in our youth.
So over in Animas, where Adams is, do they do a similar program or?
It's based on the exact same premise. They have to qualify or meet the certain scholarship criteria, 250% of Pell, GPA, providing the same type of services that help students along. So yes, it is exactly the same. So with Adams State this last year, it was about $3,000 that they had for any students from Los Angeles County attending Adams State University.
Cool. And does Adams County, do they participate? Do they do similar to what Los Angeles County does?
So Adams State University Foundation is actually the lead on this grant that we have with our Opportunity Scholarship. It's a partnership with all of the, it's 7, 8 counties. Felix might remember. We have Los Angeles County, Huerfano County, and then all the counties in San Luis Valley, Alamosa, Castilla, Conejos, Rio Grande, Saguache, and Mineral County. So all of the counties are participating in this program. So between all the funds that we receive, it's over $200,000 in scholarships that are partially either matched from the counties or provided by the counties and matched by COSI. So it is quite a huge program.
As county commissioners, we have a little bit of a competition going on, so I'm going to reach out to all those counties in the San Luis Valley. And as the president of the Colorado counties, I will send them a nice reminder letter. Let's come up to a challenge for the next few years to provide scholarships. So thank you for this. How do you promote these, Tony, to all the K-12 institutions within the counties?
So we do have it on our scholarship website, and of course the counselors are aware of it, and it's really administered though through the financial aid office. We let the financial aid office know how much we have allotted for this program, and so they're working to ensure that students meet the criteria for the scholarship, and we're able to disperse it out.
I'm going to ask a question totally off on a tangent. We're looking for someone, web designer. Does the college have a web design program? A student that would be willing, we're looking to set up a website for the opioid settlement, Region 19. And then, of course, we reached out to several colleges, and obviously we'd like to keep it local.
I can ask and get back with you.
That
So
would
we
be
have a
great.
student.
That would be great. That would be awesome. Any other questions, Commissioner? Thank you so much.
Well, I think the creative writing group is next.
Very good.
Thank you. My name is Chris Faria, and I am a committee member for the Los Animas County Creative Writing Contest. I'd like to thank you for allowing us to come and explain and present what we do with the Los Animas County Creative Writing Contest. Thank you, Tony, for sponsoring us through Trinidad State College Foundation. A little bit new name now. I'm going to start by reading our mission statement. It's very short and to the point, and then I want to go into a little bit more detail of what we're actually doing for the writing contest. Our mission is to inspire young writers to express their thoughts into words and to share their creative writing, to have their written work published by our committee and a chance to be published through other media recognition, to create partnerships with students, teachers, parents, community members, county and state leaders, and to support and recognize our young writers. That being said, I'm going to go into more detail of what we do. Since it was established in 1997, the Los Animas County Creative Writing Competition provides local students with an outlet for their creativity, which is important, especially the last couple of years during the pandemic. By celebrating outstanding work with awards and designation, this contest serves to reinforce the importance of creative writing within our local community. This year, or for the last number of years, we've awarded first, second, and third place winners in 4 different age groups: kindergarten through 2nd grade, 3rd grade through 5th grade, 6th grade through 8th grade, and then 9th grade through 12th grade. These students will be awarded $100, $50, and $25 respectively for their placements. Last year, our contest was able to give even more. We provided 2 local schools with $500 each to spend on art supplies. And furthermore, thanks to the generous contributions from local businesses and the county commissioners and how that grant process flows through you all, we were able to provide 2 $500 scholarships to TSC. These awards enabled us to inspire confidence in each person that submitted to the contest. These students, whether they placed in the competition or not, saw their work in print. Each of the submissions we get from all the schools are in a publication, a book that we create for them. Last year we awarded 2 schools the $500, and they used them for art supplies. Those 2 schools were Holy Trinity Academy and Fisher's Peak Elementary. And this year we hope to distribute the money in a more egalitarian manner. Instead of rewarding 1 big school and 1 small school, and the big school category we had last year was 100 plus students, the small schools were 100 or less. This year we're going to reward 6 small schools and 6 large schools for their efforts, even if their submissions were fairly sparse this year. Of course, each school will not be receiving such a large donation, but $100 can still go a long way towards a school, especially in our underfunded regions that we have. The success of our project can be measured by the smiles on each student's face when they see their submission in print within our annual book. And beyond that, it's especially heartwarming to see each of the 15 winners being recognized during our annual awards ceremony. And by the way, just to interrupt myself, we want to personally invite you as county commissioners, because without all this and some of your funding that flows through you and through our community who's been so generous, as Luis said, our awards ceremony is next Wednesday, April 27th at 5:30, and Scott Jim on the TSC campus is hosting that for us. This is the first year that we've been able to do this in a live ceremony in 3 years now because of the pandemic. So it's going to be a really big event, and the college is going out of their way to help host this for us. So please, if you don't have other obligations, attend and represent yourselves for us. We welcome you. We welcome everybody from the community. Thank you. That said, the success of this annual competition can be quantified, and we'll be giving schools approximately $3,000, whether it's through scholarships or through the prize money. Each year our contest relies on a collaboration to succeed. We work with local teachers, principals, parents, and students to garner hundreds of submissions. As of now, for this year, we had over 300 submissions from the schools. We also work with or collaborate with local media outlets to promote the event. KCRT, Chronicle News, TSC Social Media. And our sponsors don't simply give us money and disappear. They celebrate the achievements of the local writers by displaying our annual book in their lobbies and their offices. A calendar of last year's winners hangs proudly on their walls. We did that as a thank you for our sponsors. So we do a lot of stuff, and we're very proud of what we've been able to accomplish with these students and getting the community and the teachers and the different school districts to work together. If you have any questions for me or us, I'd like to do a couple other things. We have a couple special guests that I would like to introduce. Our first guest is going to be a kindergarten student from Fishers Peak Elementary, and he wants to read his story to you. So obviously he's one of our first students because he's in kindergarten. His teacher at Fishers Peak is Miss Anna Armijo, who is also a committee member for us. And then after he speaks with his story, I believe his dad, Aaron Williamson, would like to come up and say something briefly also.
Want to get a mic?
We can.
Stand on the chair. Stand behind her.
Tripping this.
All about that chair with me.
Fishing with my dad, like Gabriel Williamson. Last winter, my dad and I went to Trinidad Lake to go ice fishing. We drilled a hole in the frozen lake, and a big fish jumped from the water and made a big splash. My dad and I tried to catch the fish all afternoon, but it got away. I like spending time with my dad.
You're gonna have to get the next size hard out there.
Good morning, commissioners, county staff. Thank you so much for your time. Gabriel, great story, buddy. It's a privilege to be here today. I'm not acting in my capacity as city council person, but I'm here on, as requested to discuss with you guys the impact of the reading program and story writing. As you can see, I think that's a fantastic achievement. I know I would be several grades down the road before I'd be able to write coherent sentences, much less be able to read it back to a group of people. But, I know your time's valuable, so I won't take much of it. But as Tony mentioned this morning in his invocation, in this time, we're all used to a lot of bad news, difficulties, and things getting in the way. But I'd really like to commend the staff, Mrs. Pacelli, especially Ms. Armijo at Fishers Peak. They do a fantastic job up there, helping to educate our children, instill in them the confidence that you see here. They do great work. What I really wanted to say thank you this morning for is, and I know Commissioner Lopez mentioned it's taxpayer dollars. I get that, but still, you guys have been the conduit for it to arrive where it has, and to really help support this. So, on behalf of Nikki, my wife, and myself, we just want to give you really heartfelt thanks and say thank you for the support that we've seen through this and the encouragement that it brings to the students. Thank you so much.
A comment many years ago we had in at Trinidad State Junior College back then. We had a group of correctional facilities. They had a week-long, you might remember, Tony, they had a week-long training with all the K-12 superintendents. We invited a good majority of community colleges, and one of the statistics that I've never forgotten, if a child doesn't learn how to read by 3rd grade, correctional facilities was already planning how many more spaces they were going to need to accommodate those children. What a statistical perspective for them running a business, and the percentages were from New Orleans, they were from Louisiana. And at that time we had the Trinidad Correctional Facility housed their offices as they were building the facility. They were housed at Trinidad State, and so they, on that particular week, we were invited to participate in that. I tell you what, we need to do more of that. And for the volunteers, Chris, thank you so much. For the schools, there is not enough that we can do to keep our youth, our children on the right track, because who knows what awaits them. So thank you for that. I just want to make that comment.
Hey, Korea. Ann. Ann today. She called me last night. I'm like, who is it? Miss Armingo. Everybody knows it, Miss Armingo. Aaron, Vicky, and Gabriel. Thank you. Great story, buddy. Next time you get before a group of people, don't be nervous. Just think we're wearing pajamas, and you'll be fine. So, wonderful story. I love hearing these things. As you all know, my daughter was published many, many years ago. And now she is a junior in Homey High School and taking classes at Trinidad State College. And a lot of that goes to Miss Armingo. So thank you for your efforts for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, the gun range.
Gentlemen, it's a privilege to be here today to represent the foundation and the Prater Range. Some of you may be familiar with the range, some of you may not be, so just a little bit of history. Prater Range was initially put in as supporting for the TFJC, and I had it right at that time, gunsmithing program, okay? And for 40-some years, the Prater Range was leased by TSJC, and they helped funding for maintenance, everything that went on out there. Then the lease was terminated, and now the Prater Gun Range is ran by volunteers. We do it all. And I must admit that we have a very good group of individuals who are out there helping us with it. One of the things that people say, well, what's the gun range do? People just go shoot. Well, it's a little more than that. The facilities that are out there right now are used by 4-H shooting sports kids, hunter education programs. We provide locations for training for our local law enforcement, the police department, sheriff's department, Department of Corrections. In addition to that, we have some local security organizations that are using the range for their training facilities. It's either here or you drive to, where is that, over the ridge? You drive that. It is very good to have it here. The TSJC students, now we're not talking just about the gunsmithing student, it's available to all TSJC students, and it's amazing the number of those individuals who come out, as well as our community. The public at large utilize the range. We have several individuals who are doing concealed carry classes, and I must admit, it is interesting to note that a lot of our clientele for the concealed carry classes and things like that that are coming out there are elderly ladies. There are individuals who have never handled a firearm before in their life. They're wanting to learn. I think it is great that the commissioner saw fit to help us with supporting the range. And we don't do just guns. The gun range out there is one of the best places, I am told, for astronomy. And the TSJC Astronomy Club meets out there because of the lack of lighting. And we have some neighbors, if we can keep them from turning on those night lights, it would probably, benefit a little more. But if you have any questions about that, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Well, Mr. Hamilton, thank you so much for being here at Mission Hill.
Again, another great program for our community, but Mr. Hamilton needs to be recognized as well for your service to this community, dedication to our youth, including this guy back in 1986 when you and Bob Holder had me in the training to receive my hunter safety card. And then also, many, many years later, you assisted my daughter, Angelina, in receiving her hunter safety education as well, out at the Drake Range. So it has been a great asset to have you and that range in our community for all these years. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. The one thing is, Louis, I'm too young for you to be that old. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And by the way, Jim, if I see some lights at night that are bright, shining, please call Commissioner Tony Haas. He's your next door neighbor in there, so for the astronomy classes, we don't want any interference either, right?
We do know where he lives.
Very good. All right, Trinidad State, continuing ed, K-12.
Go ahead, girl.
Hello.
Hello. Hi there.
I hope I'm coherent because I'm a little bit, not on narcotics, but I am a little bit post-surgical. So anyway, I hope that makes sense. Recently at the college, we started a new program, Makerspace, that we're calling the Collaboratory. And we're trying to serve people of all ages. So we have items there that we've been lucky to purchase through our continuing education funds. For children, STEM kids, we have all the way up to 3D printers, 3D laser engravers, and that type of thing too. I'm in the process of working on a Perkins Innovation Grant, which is some special funding they have through Perkins the last couple of years. And if I'm successful with that, I'll get some additional equipment, including items that the schools can check out. So I'm imagining like they might check out a 3D printer, the laptop to go with it, and some filament. Or one school mentioned water testing kits and soil testing kits. So we're trying to do a wide variety of items in there to cover a wide variety of ages. We currently have one group that's using the space every week, and so that's great. We've had some workshops, and I've been lucky enough, I have a work study who worked in a makerspace up north, and so she's very talented. She's put all the 3D printers together and all that kind of stuff that I do not have the talent for. I need to take the workshops myself. But work studies go away, so we'll be looking for some help with that. If we get the money, I guess we did get the money, so the money that we're going to get will be used for scholarships. And I think when this was submitted, we also mentioned the business incubator, which we're kind of putting on the back burner a little bit for now until our project at the college library is completed. And it'll be a true business incubator with spaces for businesses to be. We don't have that where we're located now on the 4th floor of we're in the old art room, which is great. It's nice up there, but we can't really serve businesses in the proper way. So the business incubator part is on the back burner. The scholarship money will depend on the Perkins grant, and we're doing a presentation for Bar and I grant this afternoon. If we get that, that will cover secondary students. So if we get that, then this would be more for younger people and older people. We're trying to make as much of it free as we can, and so that everybody has a chance to participate, because we know even $15 a month can be too much for a lot of people, and we want them to have that experience. Makerspaces can be great for economic development. They can be great for students trying to choose a career, just for even learning soft skills, because they learn to work in teams. They learn it's okay to fail and try again. So there can really be a lot of benefit.
And listening to Joni, I kept hearing everything. I kept saying to myself in my head about how difficult it could be to get some entities to participate just because they're really overwhelmed. So we're trying to do what we can on our end to make it easier for them. And that's all I can think of. Do you have any questions?
Ms. Hammond?
Yes.
I'm glad you're here today, and thank you for this educational program that you put on and oversee as well. Today, I think we've heard a multitude of concerns of our community, but especially our youth, being addressed today. So without them, we don't have a future. Thank you for your efforts and for what you do for this community, and I hope you heal soon.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Donna, been there, done that?
Yeah, I could have at least been having fun when I did it. I just got old and my warranty ran out.
So, Donna, one thing we've talked for many, many years, probably decades, on writing Congress to make Pell Grants available for continuing ed programs. We had a conversation with the previous United States Senator and wrote him a letter personally, and I know you probably did as well. Continue to do that. With right now, one of the things that we have is opportunity to make continuing ed financial aid eligible for programs that lead to a certification. Outside of the continuing ed credits that one gets, there is a great opportunity in there to provide this type of service. I don't know if it's going to be how many credit hours and when the program is going to start. So, but that is one of the things that even at the state level, some of the state Colorado state grants should be supporting this type of education. So,
the number one that I can think of is CDL training.
Yeah.
They should cover it. It's the most needed profession in the country right now, and people have to pay out of pocket for that.
So when is this program starting?
Well, we've had kind of a soft start. We did, and it sounds kind of lame, but we did a Valentine card making workshop to try to get our students in there so they know it existed. We've had some 3D printing workshops, we've done that twice. We've had a workshop on the laser engraver. We had one scheduled for the vinyl cutter and sublimation printer. We didn't get anybody to sign up for those, but we'll continue offering those. We've been offering them for free. I have a little bit of money that I can pay people, where some people have volunteered, and my work study has been fantastic for helping to do that. So it's started, but it really needs a bigger launch. Maybe when I get out of this.
Thank you so much, and to Trinidad State. Thank you for all the presentations to all of you. Thank you for being here, and at this time I'm going to call that moment of privilege. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back in 10 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Thank you so much. Very good, very good.
Okay. So give us 10 minutes up. Yes. Okay, so after you want me to I almost chose to rent, yeah. No, I said you're going to have 5 each one, but the college actually wants to go home. Yeah, so we'll do the 5 next, we're going to do the following. Yeah, so you're going to have 5 for the children and 2 more meetings, but I think it's fine. It's also an amazing idea of whole counties with their face for the large students, because I think they'll do so much I see Joe's on the committee as well. Yeah, there's Joe's on the committee as well. Jody's on the committee, and Donna. So we're I thought it was really great. I'm on the clock. How's it going? I'm waiting for Pam to go to the restroom, then I'm next. My tea is almost gone. I was hungry. We're going to have to Yes. Oh, I'll put it with our grandkids. Honestly, yeah. And next time we start, because I heard these limits now. That's why I want to say I do projects as much as possible, but I'm lacking with that. Enrichment therapy programs with psychology. And then we have 2 elected officials from so it's a nice community. I hope you think about this year. One horse. Yes. You know, I don't know minis, but I'd like to have some just for taking notes. And I saw nothing today. Like my life and I like that.
You're on.
You know.
We're on it happens.
But and now it's coming around because I think it's
No, we're not.
It's just a work session, but I don't remember what it's for.
It's insurance through CTSI.
Oh, they're presenting.
Yeah, they are.
Just times throughout the state have, because I think we'll get the buy-in. I'm really doing from the government office in there, box office. And then educate all of us. No, that's where I was trying to bring that.
I just applied for the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Equity Outdoor Programs. So really, I think, I can't imagine that we wouldn't receive that, but that was bringing the farms and a lot of the farms up to handicap accessibility and being able to hire more staff because the capacity of us is pretty small. You know, it just broke 100,000 this year. And it's not about the food production. You see, the Good Food Project was like a co-op farm, right? So there was a lot of food production, 30-member CSA in 2020. And I didn't farm in 21 because I wanted to liver transplant. But it wasn't internally in line 20 years ago. 10 years ago, it actually came and gave me 65%. I had no associations with him for 10 years. And it was because he remembered what we do in Earth Mountain. So, yeah, the kids remember, and we just want that to stay in their hearts, and the more ranches. I mean, I think of Mr. Stevens and his family and heritage. This heritage is strong. We have that's what values that we have. Right now. I know you guys.
We're trying to get ready on where I was, so I was on that plan before it was crazy. Back in the 80s.
So I think that the younger youth is feeling that, oh my gosh, like, what am I going to do when we're kind of in a crisis situation? So like that, all that is on them right now. And I'm saying there's a roadmap, permaculture. I'm an old permaculture consultant, so teacher farm. So people out and source business from the ground up. That's a job, and that's a job that we need more people. So yeah, it's just hard to get those high schoolers. So that's the ticket, is giving, we need mentorship. You guys would be, anybody that works for you would be a mentor. That's amazing. I'm starting to train my staff in different things like nonviolent communication, those kind of, and equine therapy, and more of those programs, because it's just the direction. And I'm having a hard time on the capacity on the 30 but it's been pretty volunteer basis with the internship. It'll be so cool. It's like, you're like, how many we have started. We haven't started yet. Yeah, we're saying about the schools. I've never had anyone from them talk to us and people that are interested, but I get nothing. So, and the more exposure and the more the kids can get
We got somebody in there. It is
with this guy.
I graduated with my student the same year. She graduated in right? Charlotte? Oh, yeah. We were in the same class when we were kids. Oh, my God. We graduated both in 90. When she was at Trinidad, I think she was right. She was from or East Korea.
I gotta go put some house.
Well, I'm going to go down there in a second, but I don't tell
I think that's going to be the plan. Go ahead.
Pistol or what? Pistol, sure. Yeah, I got a 9mm and a 38 number. We'll figure out what you do.
And we have, how about liver? I mean, the rest of them.
Well, not yet. I can do that.
Now, the one thing is finances. I have.
How many yards? 10, 20 yards?
Always the time.
5.
Well, let's go 50.
Thank you.
Huh?
Let's go 50 with my revolver. I'll put
Thank you. Okay.
See you later, bud. Let us know when that competition's going to happen.
My daughter's taking classes. High school program. So I have to go pay anything over the sky. We're ready, I'll be helping all of you guys to figure out, because I'll be out of office by the one meeting. And I don't have to raise the price of beer, so.
District 102 says college is one of the charities. There's two just as I used to do that. So how far we will shoot? 50 yards. He goes, I'll do that. I'll jump. Okay.
Yeah, tell me what, I go jumping. I'm putting this on at 25, but beyond that,
Guess what, Paula? I was slacking and I was catching everything, so, for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever.
All right. Commissioners, are you ready?
Yes.
Are you ready, Mr. Dorocam?
Recording in progress.
I am pushing the button.
Okay, let's reconvene this meeting. And for those of you online, thank you so much for your patience. And now we're going to go into section 7, unfinished business. We don't have any unfinished business, correct? All right, section 8. 8A, consideration of Kim and Trinidad ambulance medication letters. Dorocam.
Commissioners, before you for your consideration is a letter that was requested from Kim Ambulance to address some opportunities, I guess, that they take advantage of with the Trinidad Ambulance District. And it may be something that the board might want to discuss prior to considering an executive session. If that's the case, perhaps to table this until after executive. But that's fully the board's call.
Commissioners?
As seeing it listed on our executive session, I would concur with Mr. Dorocam, just to make sure we cover all our bases and legal advice from the board. So, having said that, I would make the motion to table.
Second motion.
Can I say something? This is Nikki with Kim Ambulance.
Yes, ma'am.
If you're going to go into executive session to discuss it, I do have the right to be there then?
No. Not when we're getting advice by legal counsel, but it's just for us to come out and
make a decision.
Make our decision, then we'll come back out and make the decision.
Right, but how can we explain the reasoning behind what we're requesting?
You can do so right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go ahead and give that information to the board now if you'd like, ma'am.
Okay, our medical director, Dr. DeWall, is on here and to do so, to explain the reason why.
Thank you. Go ahead and proceed.
Okay, Commissioners, this is Dr. DeWall. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity and time. I apologize. I'm teaching a paramedic class up here at LACBCC Community College, so I apologize for not being able to be there. What we're asking, and essentially what it is we've looked at some of the DEA structure for our scheduled medications for emergency use, primarily pain medications and medications to treat seizures are the primary uses for the medications we're talking about. Kim is obviously a very small department and frequently does not use all of his medications prior to expiration, which causes a monetary impact on the department and the ability to serve the community somewhat. One of the ways that many departments deal with this is they work with a larger department like Trinidad Ambulance, for example, to be able to do a medication exchange in order to use up those medications prior to being expired. Now, it's very easy to do that when we are using non-scheduled medications that the DEA is not involved in. When it comes to DEA, there's a little different processes using forms called 222 forms that are under my DEA license ultimately, as well as the department's, and there's a way to transfer those medications. When we spoke with the DEA, we really have two options. One is to have Kim Ambulance registered, which they will have their own DEA number anyway, so registered, and they purchase their meds. If they don't use them, we get rid of those expired meds in the appropriate way, and they essentially lose that money and have to repurchase. If we can set it up as an exchange program with Trinidad Ambulance, they would be able to exchange those medications out, use them up, get new medications from Trinidad to save some of that monetary cost. Now, the DEA is open and willing to talk with us about that transfer process and see what that would look like. We don't know what that looks like, but what they asked for first, since they're a federal entity, is if the commissioners would be comfortable, because of local licensing, to allow for that. As long as the commissioners say we don't have an issue, what the DEA would then do is have one of their diversion investigators, which is who deals with that, come in and help us set up the program so that we make sure we're following under federal rules while we do that. So it's very similar to what we do within other systems. It's just in particular to the scheduled medications. Does that hopefully make a bit of sense?
Yes, it does. And you know, one of my question to you would be, since we, the county, is only has the authority to license and not necessarily to regulate and or have an oversight of these meds. That's one of the questions for me personally that would have to have clarification from our legal counsel, but I understand. Commissioners, any other questions?
I concur. That would be my only concern of making sure that the county's not liable of anything moving forward, and I don't think it'll take very long for us to make that decision once we get to legal counsel. But again, we have an entire agenda to get through before we get to executive session, so it might take a little time before we come out of that for that decision making. But basically for me, as well as Commissioner Felix Lopez just said, making sure the county's not liable, since we do not oversee that part of the licensing as a county entity. Is basically how its umbrella is through the health department. The health department basically gives the approval, the thumbs up to the county commissioners, in which we afford the licensing to move forward. So we just want to get some clarification.
Thank you, and I agree, just to clarify, I 100% agree with you. This is not a county issue in the state of Colorado. The county does not control licensing of scheduled medications. It just does the ambulance services themselves. And I think it would be fair if the county agrees, and if you agree, and the legal counsel does, to just state such that we don't have any real say in that or any part of dealing with the medication component of it specifically. And then it really falls under my license, quite frankly, and under my DEA registration as a medical director, and I take that on with the ambulance service. That's why we have our insurance and everything else. I think it's purely the DEA wants to assure they're not stepping on local jurisdiction when they come in and assist us with this, and that's what they're asking for. It's just clarification that they're not going to step on local jurisdiction.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you. And by the way, say hello to the faculty and staff at Pikes Peak Community College. I retired from there, so great entity, sir. I'm glad to have you here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Very good. Okay.
All right, you take care. And if anything comes up, I'm happy to hop back on, but otherwise I'm going to head back teaching. Thank you all.
Very good. Thank you, sir. So I need a motion to...
Commissioners, there's a motion already on the table to table.
Yes.
And a second.
I'll second the motion.
And Commissioner Hess, second. Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Luis Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Yes. 8B, consideration of ARPA standard allowance. Is that...
Commissioner, before you leave for your consideration is, there's been discussion about one or two directions that the board or the county can go. One is the standard allowance, and Finance Director Christy Copley, please jump in. You know this better than I do.
I would just like, because we went back and forth with the resolution, we went back and forth with an MOU, but, so I can't get any responses from other counties. So I've decided to just, whatever decision that the commissioners make today, I'm just going to take the meeting minutes, put that as documentation to say what options are being chosen. So the standard allowance or the revenue loss. And so we just found out too, though, that even with the standard allowance, you can actually still, your county doesn't have to show a loss. You still are entitled to use up to 10 million.
And that's the threshold of the population and the dollar amount, which I believe initially where our conversations led to, and I'm still fine with that.
So I just wanted it in the minutes, and then I was going to take the minutes as documentation instead of trying to figure out a resolution on that. If that's okay with you, with the commission.
I think that would be.
Yeah, I think the standard allowance is
The standard allowance is the direction that we prefer the commissioners go. That gives us much more flexibility in expenditures of those funds, and as Finance Director Copley alluded to, we're eligible for that since we're under the 10 million, and also the certain population threshold. I don't remember what that was, 250,000, maybe 6 million.
So
whereas with the deduction one, we'd end up having to prove the revenue loss, etc. So the standard allowance is the direction
What I did find out from the webinar is that we do have to follow the uniform guidance on procurement, policy, budget, bidding,
Sure.
Davis Bacon.
Sure.
So we do have to follow that, so if we do decide to go with the HVAC, then we have to follow those policies. So we'll have to just make sure we follow that, when we decide how to spend the
Which
funds.
we would already under the county guidelines, but specifically to report back on the expenditure of the line item, I totally agree, and
But we just need documentation
yes.
of all of that
Yes.
for the treasurer.
Okay. Any, Mr.
So we
President?
have a motion to
Well, we are, yeah, the motion
send
to
it out.
Do I have a motion to support the standard allowance ARPA funds?
I would move to adopt our standard allowance.
Second.
Commissioner Reese Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Yes. Consideration of OBCC number 6991 to Andy Marco in the amount of $8.20.
Good morning, everybody.
How are you, sir?
Good, how are you? How's everything? This one is just a standard refund for, actually the next three are just items that we are just clearing out that have been in our system that are rejects that just need to be refunded, and this is one of them.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve OBCC number 6991 to Andy Marco in the amount of $8.20.
Second motion.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Luis Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Yes. 18, consideration of OBCC number 6992 to College Stone in the amount of $7.20.
This is also a rejected title that just needs to be refunded, and this is doesn't work.
Make a motion to approve OBCC number 6992, College Stone in the amount of $7.20.
Second motion.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Luis Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Yes. Item 8E, consideration of OBCC number 6993 to Lee Corba in the amount of $87.66.
This is another rejected item that's been in the system a long time that we're just purging.
Mr. Mestres, thank you. Any questions? Motion?
Move for approval of OBCC number 6993 to Lee Cordovan in the amount of $87.66.
Second motion.
Commissioner Luis Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Yes.
Sorry for my delay, I was just trying to find it here.
Okay, and I think, 8F, consideration of transfer application for Spanish Peaks Bar and Grill.
Okay, now, question for you, Mr. Mestis. It's been a while since we've done a transfer, if any, under my tenure. Is there a need for a transfer of license to have a public hearing held?
Not to my knowledge, it isn't, because it's an existing license. That was our thought, and we have done a report from the sheriff's office just confirming there have been no calls. All the background information was compiled on the new owners, and it is a current and good license and good standing. So on our end, it's okay.
Can I answer that, Commissioner?
Yes, please.
Okay. Under the regulations for a transfer, you may hold a hearing, you are not required to hold a hearing. So it's at your discretion if you feel there is a need for a hearing. There are additional requirements to this other than your general renewal, which did require the background check of the parties, which we did receive. And it also requires that the parties who supply the facility did have to sign off on something saying that the previous licensee had been in good standing and had paid their accounts. That has subsequently been complied mind with as well. Based on the information we currently have before us today, I believe it is a complete application, and I did not identify any concerns with that application.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Lopez, any other questions?
No, not this time, Mayor Chairman. Looks like everything, what I read was that was my only question or concern for having a public hearing. And I don't think the state of Colorado has any restrictions of being a resident of the state or owning the liquor license, do they? That's the only question I would have still.
That I don't know.
I've never seen that as a
Right, I didn't either. Just I want to raise that question since this.
They are from Texas.
Right. Yeah. So just so it goes on record that was looked into. So other than that, I have no further questions.
Commissioner Hess, any questions? No. May I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the transfer application for Spanish Beach Bar and Grill.
Second the motion.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Luis Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Yes.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good day. AG, consideration of first quarter of 2022 public trustee report. Ms. Leonetti?
Yes, I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay, very good. That's standard information.
Right? This was high tech. There you go.
Page 125.
I don't see in my review any issues that I have. The releases, 225 releases.
Commissioner Hess, any questions?
No, sir.
Do I have a motion?
Move for approval of the first quarter of 2022 public trustees report.
Second motion.
Commissioner Luis Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Yes. 8H, consideration of energy impact assistance fund number 8-0197 Terry Stokes Airport Industrial Park Planning Grant. Mr. Tronca.
Commissioners, before you for your consideration is a grant contract. We submitted a energy impact grant application for the development of an industrial park out at the Perry Stokes Airport area, and we were successful in being awarded $25,000. Finance Director Christy Cobley has budgeted our match at $25,000. So with the board's approval, we can get this planning process started.
Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I entertain the motion.
How do we state that since it's already been awarded?
Support the,
Did we already do
Commissioners,
minutes on the grant itself to apply?
the board approved our submission of the application.
So now we have to approve the acceptance of the grant, okay?
Correct.
I'll make that motion to approve the acceptance of Energy Impact Assistance Fund number 0197, Perry Stokes Airport Industrial Park Planning Grant.
Second the motion.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Luis Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
I accept the motion.
And thank you, Commissioner Haas, for your work on that organization as well.
Okay. 8I, consideration of rezoning of San Luis County Health Campus Plan Community Unit 1, Health Department property. Mr. Tronca,
Commissioner.
Council.
Before you for your consideration is a letter requesting that the city of Trinidad rezone the Unit 1 of the Los Angeles County Health Campus Plan Community. Unit 1 is basically where the health department building sits, that the county owns. It's currently zoned low density residential, and our request is to rezone that from that to the commercial zone. And before you is a letter for your consideration, it's the one I handed out earlier today, or this morning.
What is, Mr. Dorncamp, the difference between residential and as far as zoning? Certainly gives the county the opportunity to expand the facility if needed.
I think it's more, Commissioner, what I've been told. I don't know very little about zoning, so I need to state that up front. But I believe it's to try and reflect a more accurate use of that property. I don't know if there's any other advantage as far as insurance or anything else. And on a side note, the city of, Mount San Rafael is willing to pick up the cost of our rezoning of this unit, simply because they're after the rezone. There's also in part of the land and property swaps with Tahoe. They're willing to pick up the cost of this rezone.
Okay. I want to say thank you for all the research, Council, Mr. Dorncamp, Paula, for all the documents that you submitted in the last few days. A lot of reading. And so thank you for that. Any other questions, Commissioners? Okay. I will entertain a motion at this time.
Move for approval of the rezoning of Los Angeles County Health Campus Plan Community Unit 1 Health Department property.
Second motion.
Commissioner Luis Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Yes. Item number 9, financial matters. A, consideration of bills and payroll for the second half of April 2022.
Payroll as of April 15, 2022 is $189,387.31. Do you have any questions on payroll? Bills paid on April 6th, $68,123.45. Nothing out of the ordinary on that one. April 13th, 2022, bills paid were $458,740. Within the packet, THK, that is our consultants for the Fisher Street Impact Study, $16,660.25. And then I think this is our third request for will done for the courthouse project of $402,027.
Okay.
And that's it.
One of my questions on the VA Corp Petroleum, as we're getting these price increases, what is the increase per gallon both of fuel and diesel that our county is being impacted with?
Commissioner, as far as diesel fuel, we've not gone to bid because of the leak we had. We just went off on a complete different tangent. We just got an email from our consultant who did the site survey. The site survey came back, we'll call it clean, so no further action needed to be taken. And now the company can come in and change out that line that was leaking and go above ground instead of underground. So to answer your question, we've not bid on diesel in quite some time, so I don't know what the increase is. I would guess it's probably been $1, and I would guess the same for the unlead. We haven't bid on it in quite a while because we don't use much of it out there at the fairgrounds. I know there's been an increase. I don't know about that.
We do know that jet A fuel and avgas have increased monthly.
You know, the avgas went from 289, we're up to 368, I think, is our latest.
And then the jet A went from, well, I think the jet A is at 380, I think, or 389. Yeah. Well, no, the avgas is $4.79.
Okay, then
The
this is,
avgas. That's what we just got at, 4,000 gallons.
And as soon as we get clearance to buy bulk and fill that, we'll see an increase in price, right? Because we buy in bulk then.
yeah, we should actually see a slight decrease in price because right now we're having to purchase from Corp Petroleum. Although we have shut our belly dump trucks down for the last 3 months, one, we had the crews do another work, but secondly, because of these increases and the fact that we're having to buy from Corp directly instead of bidding.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. I will entertain the motion.
Motion to approve bills and payroll for the second half of 2022.
Second motion.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Luis Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Yes, information only, financials as of March 2022.
So as of March 31st, it's still in the moving of our audit. You know, I have moved a lot of, I've booked a lot back. So like I said, there's a lot of moving and grooving happening here. So as of March 31st, general fund has a loss of $943,000. Sales tax for 2 months has already been moved back to the prior year. So there's that. Road and Bridge has a loss of $225,000. Airport has a loss of $52,000. Contingent has a profit of $26,000. Capital expenditure has a loss of $32,000. That's due to all of the payments that we've made for the project for the courthouse, and that the funds actually has started to come in. Lottery, $18,000 profit. Nothing's come in, has gone out for PILT. LEAF, the DUI, has a profit of $272. And our jail improvement has spent $25,000 on improvements at the jail. Other than that, I've sent out financials to each department. No complaints yet.
Very good.
For everybody, so everything's looking well.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Coberly.
So you're welcome.
All right. At this point in time, we're going to take a recess from this meeting, and we're going to, and we're going to go into the Board of Los Angeles County Board of County Commissioners, acting in the capacity as the Board of Human Services.
I'll make a motion to suspend the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting at this time.
Second motion.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez? Excuse me, Luis Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Yes. And so it is now, we're going to call this, we're going to keep going, we're pretty much a little tight for time. We're going to call this Board of County Commissioners acting in the capacity as the Board of Human Services meeting to order. Commissioner Tony Hash, would you please lead us on an invocation?
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the many blessings you have bestowed on us. We beg your pardon for our many failings and trespasses, and we call upon you, Lord, for your guidance and your light to shine on our path.
Amen. Commissioner Luis Lopez, would you lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Mr. Thornton.
Commissioner Luis Lopez? Here. Commissioner Hess? Here. Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Here. Approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
Not at this time, Commissioner.
Move for approval of the agenda.
Second motion.
Commissioner Luis Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Yes. Consideration of minutes, regular meeting minutes, March 15, 2022. Any questions?
Questions? Make the motion to approve the regular meeting minutes of March 15, 2022.
Second motion.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Luis Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Yes. Director's report, Mr. Aragon.
Commissioners, good morning. So we've got several items that I need to go over with you all. First and foremost, about 2 Fridays ago, the Child Welfare Allocations Committee met to discuss some funding concerns regarding the 4E drawdown. I brought this to the board's attention in the past. We did see a $67,000 plus some change cut to the 6-month allocation, the second 6-month allocation to this year. With that, the Colorado Human Services Directors Association has been in discussion regarding the concerns of this financial burden. The 4E drawdown that the state originally projected did not match to what we're projected to lose now. Originally, I believe it was around $9 million. At this point, we're looking at about a $15.1 million statewide loss in the 4E drawdown funding, which means that there will be a drastic cut to allocations. So my concern with that coming to the board is that in the upcoming CCI Summer Conference, CWAC is going to have to make a recommendation and vote on an option for how we proceed forward with that funding cut and what that's going to look like. 3 options have been sent to the county directors, and I wanted to make the board aware of those 3 options and what we're looking at. I know Commissioner Lopez sits on that CWAC committee, and I appreciate your understanding of the concerns with this because it is going to impact us deeply. With that estimated 22-23 fiscal cut, option 1 is a $15.1 million reduction to the block grant, assuming we earn 80%, and again, that's assuming we earn 80% of the 4E appropriation to the long bill. Option 2 will be a $12.4 million reduction, assuming we earn 83% of the 4E appropriation to the long bill.
What was that amount? Sorry?
$12.4 million. And then option 3 would be a $10 million reduction, assuming we earn an 86% 4E drawdown. I know it doesn't seem when you think statewide in 64 counties it's a big impact, but ultimately it is a huge impact. As the association has discussed, one of the things that is concerning to us is that in these options, the general fund that comes down from the JBC for child welfare, there is no request for additional funding for the general fund's appropriation. And I think that with the concerns regarding the 4E drawdown, knowing that the federal penetration rate has impacted us so deeply, I would ask that the board consider at least having some communication with CCI and with CWAC about potentially addressing the JBC for additional funding in the general fund. It's going to put a lot of children at risk if we don't have the funding. Now, we have in the past as Los Animas County been within or slightly above overspent in child welfare. That's not uncommon, and we can apply for mitigation. The concern that I have, though, is that this will become a much bigger problem when our larger counterparts, our Big Ten counties, who are significantly overspent child welfare, start to eat up funding that would potentially have been appropriated to us because of the formula that's used to calculate those block grant funds. I just don't see how we're going to survive in the future if we take such a large hit moving forward without requesting additional general funds from the JBC.
Well, Chairman, having a Democratic governor and the JBC, you think that they'd be willing to offset this lost revenue? Where are they planning on using this revenue loss at the state level, other than and removing it from this organization? Did they talk about that and why they were reducing it?
Well, so it goes back to a rule. So there are several factors that play into this, but I think the primary one is what we consider the penetration rate, and primarily what that is when we remove a child from a home, and we've had this discussion regarding the rule change that came in place in 2020. We cannot remove a child and place in a uncertified kinship placement for more than 90 days unless that kin is willing to certify into a foster level certified home. What happens is when we put them in those kinship placements more than 90 days, which the county does have discretion to leave them there, the federal government will not pay because the child is no longer considered 4E eligible. Those federal dollars have in the past offset that placement cost so that we were not encountering it from the block grant specifically. It was an out-of-home placement. With that rule change now, that $15.1 million cut has come because those kids that have remained in kinship, or because we were not able to find a certified foster family to keep those kids, then we've lost dollars that we were in the past drawing down, and now we're unable to draw down on them.
So on the fed level, there's been a cut.
Correct.
So now we need the JBC to step up if we can.
And so they're calling that this is a misalignment between the federal and state government, and the fact that we're dealing with two different interpretations. One says A and the other one says. But our biggest concern on the CWAC board is that we're going to have to make a decision, and obviously, who do you take? What do you take? It's going to be the lesser of all three evils, but nonetheless, it's going to be even $10 million statewide. The impact to counties, and then the penetration rate. We talked about that. the 83, 86% and so on, and that is something that we can't change. I mean, it's
Well, and there's other factors that get into this as well. I mean, in the past, I brought up the concerns regarding the qualified residential treatment placements, the QRTPs that we've had a shift in the Family First legislation that came down at the federal level. Those QRTP placements for 4E drawdown are also very difficult because now there is a state level assessment that has to occur to deem whether that child is eligible. Otherwise, then again, the cost is at the county level to keep that child in placement. We've had that situation this last year where we have a child who's not 4E eligible and we've had to place, and so the county department is responsible for paying a monthly bill to keep that child in that residential treatment facility. Those are expensive monthly costs to the tune of $9,000 to $10,000 a month, and we just saw an increase in daily rates for QRTPs across the state. So we're looking at that component, the penetration rate, and then the other piece is the child and youth and congregate care settings that are not 4E eligible. So all three of those are concerning areas where we're going to continue to see this leakage over time. And I agree. But, at this point of the three options, I personally am looking at it, and if I had any say in it, I would say just rip the Band-Aid off. I don't think we're going to, we're assuming that we're going to hit 86%. That's an assumption. I would rather us take the more extreme road at this point and then potentially benefit in the long run by not having to have underestimated what that drawdown would look like.
Have you, as the Directors Association, submitted a summary of the comments that you're all expecting us to vote on? I know what, I go into these meetings and dealing with over $1 billion of resources. What we hear from, it's not that big of a deal. Well, if for counties like our county, even if it's $10,000 to $15,000, it is a big deal.
Absolutely.
It is a big deal. So if you all work, Mr. Aragon, with all the directors, I mean, we would love to receive a letter from you all.
So my understanding is the association is supposed to be sending a draft letter to the directors this afternoon or early tomorrow regarding this concern. When that's done, then they will forward that to CCI.
Yeah. Basically, we have a month.
Correct, but we've got three options on the table, and again, option one is the more extreme, but again, I think it's the more logical, seen as the fact that it's not going to change in the long run. We are going to see a reduction, and if we take a harsher road in the long run, we don't. If we exceed that 80% penetration rate, then that 15.1 will not be the actual loss, it will be less, which means that it will put more money back into the coffers. My big concern still is, though, that in this recommendation, CWAC is not looking at addressing JBC for additional funds to the general funds account. That's going to definitely impact us as well.
Well, and with the legislation that was introduced by this particular committee, if we were to introduce anything to stabilize funding with the JBC to make sure that it's on the CRS, we're probably a bit behind the 8 ball because of the session being pretty much just about getting ready to wrap up. I would love to see the unification of all the association coming together, and so now I understand exactly what you're saying. Less penetration rate could also, I mean, the more egregious of all three could put additional dollars because it's easier to meet the 80 rather than the 86.
Correct. And again, because they're an assumed rate, that doesn't mean we're going to hit that 80%.
What is our current percentage of penetration here in the San Luis County right now? So we can.
I would probably have to pull that data, but I would say we're probably under that 80% because it's very difficult for us to find certified placements for a lot of our youth that we pull out of home. Most of ours are in kinship. We try within that 90 days, but again, we also try not to continually move the child because it's not the best interest of the child to continually move placements. I think in the last 6 months, I'm going to look at Ms. Kendall on this. How many kids do you think we still have in placement past the 90 days or 180 days on the roll that are in kin uncertified? Legal might know as well, but
Not too many.
so we might be
Maybe
able
3 or 4.
Not that we haven't already given custody to. The majority of them have custody. I think we only have the one in that case closed.
So we might have actually gotten a little bit above that then. So we might be okay. But again, this is not a county by county impact, it's a statewide impact. That's the big issue.
So you think that the 80% would be attainable?
I think 80% is more realistic than 83 or 86.
And is that the sentiment of all?
Yes.
Okay.
I've spoken to several directors about it. And I think
You know what,
that's-
I tell you what, we have a pretty good committee that comes together. So once we get that letter, it'll begin to create a conversation. And we're probably going to be talking about this at the next legislative roundtable. So if you get that before we do, please send it over my way.
Will do.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that component? All right. The next one that I want to bring, another legislative measure that's on the floor right now, which is House Bill 22-1295. This is from the Department of Early Childhood and Universal Preschool Program. Commissioners, this is a bill that has passed at this point. This bill is quite concerning to me at the local level control because what we're looking at is an oversight of the statewide programming is going to occur. One of the concerns that I have with this is that the primary office of early childhood education will move out from under CDHS. It will be a standalone. But in that standalone also means that their executive director will have no board oversight and no board guidance to make determinations. The executive director will be the sole decision maker on those early childhood education programs, which is very concerning as a director because that means that some of our current providers will have to either undergo new regulations and new application processes to recertify as an early childhood or preschool program to meet that universal preschool programming. As well as the department will have to apply to serve as what they're calling the local control organization, or the LCO. As a director, I am all for universal preschool and early childhood education, but my concern is to what tune and at what cost. Some of our providers who are smaller may not qualify under their guidelines and their administration. We're already down to 3 providers in our CCAP program. If we lose even one more, where do we place these children at? How do we get those children taken care of? The association is also drafting a letter of response to CCI regarding this House bill because there is a lot of concern about the loss of local control with this program and what that's going to do with our placement of children in the preschools and early childhood education centers.
We had a meeting last Thursday with the governor's office, and I was at the table. They met with us, and I tell you, and if they were to get the transcript, I'm going to quote them, because basically they came and they knew exactly what they wanted to get this conversation to. There was no given of an age. A couple of things that we asked, the LCOs and the authority reconciled within one executive director, and we wanted to get some kind of a rulemaking body, if you will, at least to rotate it and have a little more transparency and accountability. But for the hour that we met with them, there was not 1 millimeter that we gained. The membership of CCI, all of us, in a sense, took a position because this is going to have a tremendous impact on DHS at the local level, and this is going to be one more of those unfunded mandates. They're standing up this early childhood massive part of government that is going to be managed by counties. So quite honestly, they really want to do this respective counties. It's going to come to a point that we don't have enough funding to propose. I mean, when you're talking about 400 new executives, if you will, that are going to be involved with this whole process, I mean, it's just nonsensical. But nonetheless,
Is that trying to be done before this session ends?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So have you had a chance, to discuss this with our providers in the area?
Not at this point. Providers are aware, but we're also trying to identify how, as the current LCO, as the state has now deemed it, would we be in communication with our providers about this? Or because now we have to basically go through a bid process to become the LCO for what they're calling the caption area, is that even within our jurisdiction to even have those conversations with providers at this point?
Well, if you could, reach out to Ms. Oliver, the Council of Governments new director, and have a discussion with her, maybe what it could or should have might be going to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, this House bill came very quickly, and it passed very quickly with unanimous. I was actually also at that governor's office CCI meeting. I attended virtually, and we did not make any headway with them at all. The primary discussion at that meeting was the concern around not having a board governance over the executive director and the decision-making process, but there's no budging with this House bill, so it will begin to impact our child care providers and our early childhood education providers as well.
So is CCI taking a position?
Yes, of course.
And I do believe a letter from the association has been sent to CCI.
Yes, it was, but let me tell you, in a very diplomatic perspective way, this is one of those campaign promises that the early childhood is going to be stood up, and it's going to go basically one way, putting and taking away the local control, and the oversight governance committee is going to be pretty much a standalone on one individual having the entire authority for the state of Colorado to make these recommendations. And for that, I know that CCI's membership, we are divided in some of the issues, but on this particular one, we all came together and proposed that.
That's true. Brings to mind, make sure, and the very importance of everybody getting out and voting now for these midterm elections. Because some of the decisions coming down our legislative level are hurting your local county governments.
This is definitely going to impact our, and the other capacity you have to realize too is that when they talk about the caption areas, that does not mean that if our department were identified as the LCO, perhaps another entity outside of our county would be identified as the LCO, which means that another county organization would be controlling if the counties were lumped together as that caption area. So we also may lose not just local county control, but also regional control, which means that another entity from another county would be controlling that program. So our providers would have to work with those entities outside of Los Angeles County to provide those early childhood education opportunities.
Are legal counselors lining up for this one?
State legislation does not allow it.
I could just see lawyers lining up for this one. Especially on the county level, you're going to take control out of our hands. And it's our revenue.
Yeah, and according to the fact sheet, there's also, the department has made a recommendation or a request from the state, from JBC for operational funds, but it will be nothing compared to what we've received from CCAP in the past. So those local area agencies, those LCOs are going to really struggle to keep capacity up, not just for the providers, but also internally, operationally for their programs to run.
And it is my understanding that the bill, it is now in excess of 522 pages.
Correct. It is a massive bill.
It is a massive bill, and in a sense, the legislature is voting. We had a hearing with the legislature, of which I attended, and I tell you the question that went back and forth on that particular day, how many of you have read the bill? And they declined to make a comment. And this was the people that were going to be voting on it. So it's a massive bill, and it's understood that their staffers are the ones providing the information, but the complexity of it is just the beginning. It's the camel's nose now, it's inside of that tent, and you can't stop it. I don't believe we're going to be able to stop it, especially when local said this is going to be, if it's not already signed, very short.
Yeah, I think the other concern that I haven't broached with you all, but makes me very nervous about this bill, is that every county currently has a different percentage on federal poverty level that we utilize for CCAP to identify a child's eligibility to go into early childhood education or preschool. The problem with the caption area is that if the caption area economics as a combined, my understanding is the bill will average that. meaning that some of our families who currently are eligible because Los Animas County sits at a lower federal poverty level, but rate would increase, which means those children may now become ineligible, meaning the parents are going to have to figure out how to get their kids into these early childhood education centers when they can't afford it. That's a big concern.
You got any good news?
Not gonna like the next one either. Any additional questions on that House bill? I need the board to be aware of
Have
this.
you read the bill?
Have I read the bill? If I had that time, no. I've read through the summations of it. Yeah, it's ridiculous. The association did send it to us. We've all tried to digest separate sections to discuss in the association meetings, but it is absolutely horrific. And I really feel like it's just a lot of legislation to really bypass everyone actually understanding the true bottom line of it with a lot of excess. It's, $20 when we could have done it with $5, basically. Okay, the next bill that I need the board to be aware of is House Bill 22-1259. This is the opposite, so 1295 was first, this is 1259. This is regarding our Colorado Works TANF program. And the request on this bill is for an adjustment to the monthly percentage that we currently pay out for TANF eligible families based on the individual parent and the number of children in the home. The bill requests that we look at the local level, adjusting our monthly, what they call the BC or basic cash assistance payment because of the inflation that has occurred and the increase in the federal poverty level. It's a 5-year plan to increase. This increase will come to the tune between 28 and 50% increase from what we're currently paying out monthly in the individual stipend. The problem with this, and I'm all for providing additional basic cash assistance to our families, however, it's going to hit our TANF reserve because when we've exhausted the Colorado Works, so primarily where this bill is coming from is most counties in the state are underspent in their Colorado Works program. And as you know, that Colorado Works TANF funding is the only funding that if we do not exhaust it, it is what rolls into our TANF reserve. That TANF reserve is reserved for our child care program, our other TANF programming, but it's also an emergency fund. If we have a natural disaster within Los Animas County, a forest fire or an earthquake, and we have families displaced, that TANF reserve can be used to stabilize the community. With this increase over time, it will exhaust that TANF reserve because those types of payment increases with the number of clients we have in Colorado Works, we're talking about exhausting that TANF reserve within 1 to 2 years.
And who picks up the deficit?
The county. Because if
this is like a recurring thing that we've heard all day today. It's same with our fire protection and new codes and all that. Same deal.
Well, one of the fact-finding figures, this is going to run into millions of dollars, regardless of how much money we have in there. It's a
Correct.
savings account that we have.
Correct.
And a savings account may be able to fund 1 or 2 years. But after that, the responsibility, it's a base building ongoing expense that counties do not have the capacity to fund. Then what happens? And one of the comments, should we just give these programs back to the state so they can fund it through the JBC, through other, because at the county level, we're going to have to pick and choose, and that's going to make it very, very complicated.
Well, that's what they want, and that the ultimate thing is no local control.
Commissioner, the writing's on the wall. We've all, as directors, had this discussion. There was an attempt about 10 years ago for the state to take back local control from departments, and the writing is on the wall again. And in the next section I have to talk about kind of refers to that as well with the health and our HICPUF partners at the state. I attend as many meetings as possible to stay ahead of the game with our programming, and every communication I get from HICPUF is, we've already made this decision, now you guys at the local level need to comply. There's been no engagement with us, no communication to us about how these decisions are being made. And I will tell you, the association is drafting a letter. This is coming because many counties are, not just small and rural, large counties as well, are being held out of compliance. We just got a citation last week on a compliance concern on an MU review that was done. I requested multiple times guidance on that program so that we could become compliant and got no response from the state. We are being asked to draft policies for federal rule, but not given any guidance on what that policy should look like. So every county is going to have a unique policy to a federal rule. My recommendation would be the state give us the policy so that we're all in compliance. I don't understand why we're being communicated after the fact to meet these compliance concerns when it hasn't been in place to begin with.
It's a setup.
I truly feel that way. I have to be honest, I feel that way.
Counties cannot be uniform with each other, and then it's all a shit show, and now we're going to take over.
That's right. And that's how I see it. I see that as a setup for failure. And I'll just say it right here, I know it's in public, I don't care. It's concerning to me, the constant I'm getting talked at by HICPUF and not talked with. I came from a meeting where one of the HICPUF representatives said, we are not siloed and the counties are not siloed, we work in partnership. I have never felt more siloed in my programming in anything I've ever done.
So what can we do to help?
Well, again, the association is sending forward a letter regarding the pathway that HICPUF has taken with the counties. I am very concerned by that. But I think more or less just making sure the board is aware of these concerns, and as they develop, if there is support needed, then I will come to the board and request that. But a lot of this stuff is already set in motion where even if we wanted to take a position the way they've done it, there's nothing we can really do to change it.
Well, and you can take a position, but when it goes to the vote on both the House and the Senate, the meeting that you and I were at last Thursday, the conversation frustrating because he was almost reciting some talking points. They knew exactly where they needed to be, and there was not going to be this two-way street. We would ask a question, and the question you responded with something that you heard 5 minutes ago.
Yes.
And the question was responded, and so it was pretty much the same perspective. We are going to do this. This is what is going to be approved. And then, 500, and I believe 523 or 573, one or two is the number of pages that are inclusive on this particular legislation. But nonetheless,
well, and I think the board needs to understand too that because of that, and I like the way you put it, it's not a two-way conversation, but one-way conversation that's taking place. The other thing that the state has done is threaten the counties that when we're not in compliance, they will financially or monetarily sanction us.
And we've heard that before.
And it is in Rule 1 of the state rules. So they can financially sanction the county if we're not in compliance with their federal rules that they need. That is disheartening to me that the state asks us to do this, but is refusing to support the counties in meeting that compliance. So I have put forth everything that was asked of this department in the compliance realm. I did that as of last Wednesday in less than 24 hours of the sanction, and I have not heard a response from them that they've even received it.
well, I may have some good news at the end of this report.
But we do have some good news today. So, but again, with the Colorado Works program, that kind of an increase is going to definitely impact our ability to serve the community. We have folks that are on that TANF program. The maximum is 60 months. So you're talking 5 years of payments. And then if there's still a capacity where there's a need, the family can apply for a diversion, which that diversion payment can carry on for 3, 6 months up to a year. It's definitely going to impact our TANF reserve if that measure goes through. Other questions or concerns regarding those 4 items? Just want the board to be aware of what's coming down the pike.
Thank you.
Okay. The last piece I will discuss, though, is the state APS, Adult Protective Services sub-PAC and task group. There will be a vote on the pilot alternative response program coming at next month's meeting. This alternative response is a program that will be piloted through several counties in the state. Los Animas County is not participating in that pilot at this time. But those that will be piloting a rule change where it provides our caseworkers an opportunity to mitigate some of the concerns with our adults and elderly that are at risk in the community without having to exhaust extensive resources as well as investigative timeframes. There is a lot of federal legislation around that alternative response that's been outlined. This bill has been in work for now about a year and 3 months. I've been on that committee developing that rule. So this will be piloted for 6 months to 1 year. Should that pilot be successful, then it will go to vote for a rule for all of our adult protective services in the counties. I believe we'll have the option to adopt AR at the end, but there is some conversation about APS making it a mandate that counties adopt AR as a practice. But so anyways, that rule did get passed as a pilot, and so we'll see what the results of that are in the next six months. Any other questions? Okay.
I feel like I just got out of a blues concert. Sorry. My wrist.
I try to keep it light, but when there's serious concerns, I need the board aware of them. It's a major concern for all of us. It impacts our day-to-day operations, and it impacts the ability that this department has to outreach to this community.
Well, and it's a orchestrated one-way street where, my comment has always been work with those that are working in the trenches, because you guys know this. And we are behind you 100%, and sometimes you feel that we're talking to that wall. And it becomes frustrating.
Do know the association is working very hard, though. Our representative for the association, our executive director, works very tirelessly to make sure that the director's voices are heard. Alexi, I can't think of her last name right off the top of my head, but she sits in a lot of meetings. Her and Heather, what's Heather's last name?
Heather was at the meeting there.
Heather is very, and I'll be honest, and that's another concern, just so the county knows, CHSDA, Heather was hired under grant. Heather has done some extensive work for the association to keep the directors informed. We cannot be at all meetings all the time. Heather has been an amazing asset to that. Because of that, we're looking at how we're going to be able to retain, because that grant has run out. But Heather, we're trying to retain her position. She is just an essential part to what we do every day and the information she provides to us. So we're hoping that we can maintain her under the association.
Thank you. New business. Anything else, Mr. Chairman?
No, we can move on to new business.
Okay, consideration of caseload counts and activity by program.
So I'll turn it over to Ms. Ringo.
587. Last year we had 780 some bills. It's just they're piling so much stuff in each bill.
Good morning.
Good
Ms.
morning.
Ringo, how are you?
Good afternoon. now.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
Ice cream would be really great right now, right?
I was waiting for her to come up. She brought flowers.
Today, Mr. Antone asked me to talk a bit about how we are funded through single entry point. As you know, single entry point is undergoing a massive change with the implementation of the anticipated changes being 7/1/2024. So right now we are funded by the things that we do, by the activities that we do. The first thing that we're funded under is deliverables. And once a year we have to do an operation guide update and summary, and that's worth $1,327 to us and a penny. We also have to do complaint trends analysis quarterly, in which clients call and make complaints and how we're resolving them. Luckily, we don't have many complaints, usually 3 or 4 a quarter. And that is worth $3,599 $1.28 to us. We also are paid, and they just started this year, a SIR follow-up completion performance standard. This is quarterly, and it's worth $2,289.91. This deliverable we have had a difficult time meeting, just because it's a new performance measure. And if it isn't one of our case managers missing it, it's one of the Warfano County case managers. So we are working on improving in that area. We also get paid for completing case management training and sharing a document with the state twice a year, and that is worth $605.39. We also have committee meetings quarterly, and the purpose of that is to share and develop resources for our region. And we submit reports on that twice a year. That's worth $1,000.11. We also are paid for our appeals. Whenever a client disagrees with any service or reduction of service, and they file an appeal, we are paid for a creation of evidence packets, and we are paid for $496.08 per packet. And if we have to attend a hearing, we're paid for $281.65. We have not been able to bill under that, because luckily we've been able to settle out of appeals hearings. Maybe that's something we might want to look at to create some more money. We are paid for critical incident reports per client, $1.50 per client, which in the month of February, that was $658.50. And what a critical incident is, whenever a client experiences a hospitalization, they're a victim of a crime, they suffer abuse, neglect, or exploitation, some serious event, we have to report it to the state and how we are working to help that client with that issue. We also, and that goes back to the SIR follow-up, when we report it, we have to follow up with the state over time as to how that's going. We also are paid for initial assessments. In the month of February, we did 14 assessments, and we're paid $264.67 for initial assessment, which came to a total of $3,705.38. And 11 of those assessments were in Los Animas County. The others were Warren. We are paid for our continued state review assessments, that's every year, and we're paid $183.97. We were paid for 47 of those. It was a total of $8,646.60, and out of that 47, 38 was Los Animas County. We are paid for one in-person monitoring visit. Right now, with single entry point, we are not required to see our clients face-to-face, although we're starting to a little bit. And I'm thinking that maybe as of July 1st, the state's going to mandate if the COVID cases stay low, or we start seeing our clients face-to-face. But we are allowed to count something that maybe we would have normally done face-to-face. And we are paid $83.45 for each of those face-to-face. We had 20 in the month of February, 14 of those were Los Animas, and it was $1,669. We also get paid for a second face-to-face visit in a year, and that one is $83.45. We only had 2 in the month of February, and that is something we are working on to try to achieve. We only made $166.90 for that. Our biggest reimbursement area is that we have to touch all of our clients' cases every month. We call those per month per member contacts, and we are paid $89.63 for those. And Los Animas had 310.5. We have to sometimes share when clients transfer in or transfer out of our district. And we made $37,554.97. There is pilots going on, but we're not stable enough with staffing to be able to participate in the pilots and to earn money for that. We also, once we start making home visits, we can do rural travel, which we would get paid $34.96 per visit. Thus, in February, we were paid out $52,401.07. And I'm always glad because Mr. Argon says we have to make at least $50,000 a month to stay in the group. So we're trying to build a reserve again in single entry point. I do have good news because the state did increase the budget 2.11%. It's a little bit, but unfortunately, they did not cover the biggest moneymaker, the PMPMs, which is $37,000. So, but we're hopeful that single entry points will lobby for that extra money. So I just wanted to let you know a little bit about how we are paid. As you know, this is one of the governor's pet projects, I think. With the ARPA funds, he's putting over $500 million into the realignment of this program as our baby boomers are aging and to be able to take care of our elderly in the future. So right now I'm probably going to leave. I've got a meeting on a redesign at 1. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And just refer some clients to so we can make some more money.
Very good. Every penny counts.
Yes.
Commissioners, in follow-up to that, one of the things that the department did this last year in our MOU with Huerfano County, as you know, we're a bi-county program. That's the only bi-county we have. With Huerfano, we actually do a payout to them very differently than what we've done in the past. Traditionally, we've budgeted for a large lump sum. That lump sum is divided, and they were submitting invoices and other items that they had reimbursement on. We use the same structural model per member per month. We get a report from the state for Huerfano County's activities, and we pay them to the penny on the services that their caseworkers have provided. So in the past, we've spent about $170,000 a year in supporting the Huerfano County set. This year was projected to be about just under $150,000 with the actual payout based on the services rendered. So it should leave some funding in the coffers for any emergency needs or issues that we see moving forward. As of right now, I believe the fund balance for that single entry point after payout, and I can actually give you that, that's in the financial report as well, but as of February, there's a fund balance of approximately $85,793 in the black that we've been able to keep set aside. As you know, traditionally it was a prepaid program. The department was given a lump sum every month, and then whatever we think was lost in there had to be returned to the state. At this point, that money stays with the department now. So, as Lori said, I require them to hit $50,000 a month because that way we make sure we cover operational costs and we're putting aside for that fund balance.
Don't tell anyone.
Right? Okay. Thanks, Lori. Next up, child support. Second.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Today I wanted to talk a little bit about our enforcement remedies. I know I always talk about the driver's license suspension. We have several automated enforcement remedies that the department, that our unit has. They have not turned on all of our enforcement remedies. They did turn on the driver's license one as of January, and they should be turning on the recreational suspension license, the recreational license. I believe it is next month, and then every month.
When you're referring to they, that's the state?
The state, yes, I'm sorry, the state office, yes. So next month, our recreational license suspension should be turned back on. And then after that, our professional license will be turned back on. The last thing that will be turned on in the third quarter will be the financial institution data match, which is basically to bank accounts. And all of those are very helpful in getting our non-custodial parties to comply and pay me. So. And they did change the rules. I think I did mention that the driver's license suspensions, now if they're suspended, they have to pay for 3 consecutive months before we can even reinstate them. Before we can give them a notice of compliance to reinstate. We have approximately 19 automated enforcement remedies. And so, but the top enforcement remedies are the driver's license, the recreational license, the professional license, and the financial institution damage. Any questions?
So those 19, will they be turned on all and applicable to at any given time?
They did not turn off the majority of them. The 4 main ones were turned off. So, and those ones are coming back on one month at a time because we have to work those reports and.
In case they would be huge if they all kicked on.
Yes, we had 4 pages of driver's license suspension in January.
I still need to contact you. I'm forgetting.
I'm going to contact you.
If you could tomorrow, we have time.
Any questions?
Oh, thank you.
Great.
Just the opposite.
All right, next up we have this Kendall. You ready?
Luis is going to know if those are edible.
You know, we're lunch break right
I'm
now.
telling you, you guys are going to be so surprised when I show up with ice cream one day. It's going to be a good day, right?
We have a freezer right in there.
Okay. Well, we're moving along down there, so.
I've seen some progress.
End of next week.
We could put a donation jar in there with a coffee can. When it's full, you can come.
That's right, that's right. So I'm going to pass out, as you all know, April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. So we're going to talk a little bit about what that means to us and what the pinwheel means. And give you guys a pinwheel so that you can put on your door, put outside in your yard. You would have a field day, huh?
30 seconds.
Now our attention span is going to be that word with this.
I'm gonna leave mine up there all month.
So, April is Child Abuse Prevention Month, and I know that a few of you have participated in some of the functions in previous years. But just to give a little bit of history about that and what it means nationally, we join together in April to recognize the importance of children, the future they represent, and the ways we can ensure that they have a great childhood. April has been designated Child Abuse Prevention Month since 1983. During the month of April, we recognize child abuse prevention and the importance of communities working together to help families thrive and prevent child maltreatment. Throughout the years, communities are encouraged to increase awareness about child and family well-being and work together to implement effective strategies that support families and prevent child abuse and neglect. So we asked why do we use pinwheels? The majority of people view child abuse prevention as a priority. Pinwheels are a whimsical representation for community members who want to know that what they can do to help to prevent child abuse and neglect. Pinwheel gardens represent our effort to focus on community activities that support families and public policies that prioritize prevention right from the start to make sure child abuse and neglect never occur. Pinwheels are used to help educate communities about the importance of supporting children and families. Shining in the sun, the pinwheel is reflective of the bright future all children deserve, and our belief that getting it right early is less costly than trying to fix it later. Children deserve happiness, support, love, and protection. So on Friday at 2 o'clock, we're going to meet out in the courtyard. I'm hoping that you all can join us.
What time?
At 2.
Good luck.
And we're going to fly kites from our trees. We usually put up our pinwheels earlier in the month, but I think with the wind, we wouldn't have anything left. And I know Friday we were planning, this has been, Ms. Sharp has been planning this for a little while. So we wanted to wait. So we'll have our pinwheels out in the garden tomorrow or early Friday morning. We'll be flying kites. A couple years ago we did the
the balloon release. That was really cool. But our kites, some of our foster kids had a hand in that. They decorated some of the kites. We have some words of encouragement on the kites, so I'm hoping that the wind will be down enough that we can enjoy that. But we will have some cookies and punch. We do have a couple guest speakers, a couple families that I have worked with. One was a foster child that I had when I first started here years ago, and the other one is a mom that I worked with that went through the drug court program, and so she's going to be speaking. So it'll be a nice day.
Awesome. Very good.
Any questions or?
No, thank you. If we don't do this for our next generations, then we'll do so. Thank you for working.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and finally, under consideration of case of the East Council activity by program is Division of Economic Security. Garrison.
Good afternoon. Hi. I would like to say that I'm the person that's giving out all that money. I feel so bad. But we have to help our clients. We don't have a choice. So today I want to talk about the Colorado Medicaid Long-Term Care Program. So Colorado is an income cap state for 2022, which means that to be eligible for Medicaid long-term care benefits, there's a hard income limit. No income cap states allow applicants to spend down money for their care, whereas income cap states require the amount to be no higher than their limit at time of application. Unlike traditional Medicaid-sponsored long-term care, Colorado has what they call a long-term care partnership. The partnership melds together private insurance and state funds. This is a beneficial system for recipients who do not wish to deplete all their assets paying for care. It is designed to reward residents who have planned ahead for their long-term care needs. Colorado allows insurance companies to sell LTCP partnership policies and guarantees that for every dollar paid out by an LTC partnership plan, $1 of the recipient's personal assets can be protected. Protected assets are ignored when reviewing an applicant's financial eligibility and during a state recovery after a long-term care recipient's death. Long-term care partnership policyholders who apply for Medicaid are able to keep assets above the 2,000 Medicaid asset maximum. Long-term care services cover nursing facilities there or community-based services, which is HCBS. Individuals receiving HCBS are not required to make a payment toward the cost of care. Nursing facilities provide 24-hour care in a professional setting for help with basic activities and necessities. HCBS takes place in the home or retirement communities. HCBS can include nurse assistance, home health aid, house cleaning, meal preparation, or assistance with bathing and dressing. It's important to note that the purchase of a qualified Colorado LTCP policy does not guarantee Medicaid eligibility or benefits. Individuals who have LTC policies must still meet Medicaid eligibility requirements before they can qualify and receive long-term care benefits under Medicaid. An individual must still meet other eligibility criteria, non-financial, financial, and medical, to qualify for Medicaid long-term care. Only resources are protected under a LTC policy, not income. Social Security, pensions, and other income must be used to help pay for long-term care costs. Before applying for Medicaid long-term care, the applicant does not have to exhaust their long-term care policy benefits. Medicaid eligibility for 2022 is determined by the Department of Human Services Economic Security Division. Medical has both financial and medical-related requirements. The income limit is up to 300% of the Social Security income rate, which is adjusted annually. As Social Security goes up, that amount is adjusted. There is a personal needs allowance of $84.41 per month that is not factored into the countable income. The resource limit is $2,000 for an individual and $3,000 for couples that are both on Medicaid long-term care. The individuals have to be 65 and above, or disabled or blind. Or the applicant must be in a medical institution for 30 or more consecutive days, hospital and or nursing facility, receiving nursing facility level of care in the community for HCBS or a combination of both. An individual receiving Medicaid long-term care services in a long-term care facility is required to make a monthly payment towards the cost of care to the facility. The payment is based on gross monthly income with deductions. We determine the payment toward the cost of care by taking the gross monthly income. We subtract $80 for personal needs, minus deductions of home maintenance deduction or spousal dependent maintenance allowance, and additional miscellaneous allowances allowed by law. Resulting amount is paid monthly by the individual to facilities. So not one individual has the same amount. Every individual's payment to the facility is based on each individual's income.
And some of that criteria, some of that criteria that it's based on, would that include their medical prescriptions and that sort of thing? If it's not the same for every individual is what I'm getting at, because everybody's different on what they're taking.
No, we don't look at the prescription costs for individuals during this process. That's not included. Assets and resources are divided into two categories, countable and exempt. Countable resources, what we're going to look at is anybody that has cash, checking accounts, savings accounts, CDs, mutual funds, IRAs, investment portfolios, bonds, life insurance policies totaling more than $1,500, vehicles of more than one is owned, and properties. And it's unfortunate because I know people long ago, they put all their money into this stuff. They save for a rainy day, and that's what we're actually looking at, which is hurting them now. Exempt resources are household goods, jewelry, one car, one home worth up to $636,000. If a spouse, dependent, or disabled child resides in the home, or if you intend to return to it, burial plots, life insurance policies of total less than $1,500. And then trust can either be included or excluded depending on the type of trust or what the trust is made for. Usually if an annuity is revocable and an individual can take a lump sum distribution, the annuity is a countable resource. If an annuity is assignable, it may be considered a transfer without fair consideration. If income is received from an annuity, it is considered income in the month it is received. An annuity belonging to a community spouse, which would be a spouse that's not receiving long-term care, which is irrevocable and non-assignable, is not considered an available resource. An annuity belonging to the community spouse, which is revocable, is treated as an available resource, and the value of the annuity is included in the couple's total resources when determining the community spouse's minimum monthly maintenance needs allowance. Special Medicaid rules apply to couples to ensure that the community spouse who does not need the long-term care services does not become impoverished when the other spouse needs Medicaid to help pay for the cost of long-term care services. The applicant cannot give away their excess assets as Medicaid looks into financial records as far back as 60 months prior to the application date. The applicant cannot sell anything below fair market value, as this will result in ineligibility as well. And if you do sell something and it's below fair market value, that's considered transfer without fair consideration. I don't know if you guys are aware of that verbiage, but a lot of people don't understand that. They think because they sell something and they just get something for it that they're fine. But we actually look at the value of the thing before it's sold. And so that's where a lot of people fall into ineligible process because of that. Amount of assets community spouses may retain. The community spouse can keep half of the countable assets with a maximum value of $137,400 If the community spouse's assets do not equal $137,400, the community spouse is able to retain assets for the institutional spouse until the maximum is reached. Community spouse impoverishment protection. The community spouse can keep part of the institutionalized spouse income if the community spouse has a monthly income of less than $2,177.50. The maximum amount of income that can be retained is $3,435. So that's one of the biggest things that people don't really understand, and they come to us because they're worried we're going to take their homes. That's where you're here, and they're going to take my house from me. That's the biggest part that they are very, very concerned about. Our intention is not to take anybody's home away from them. We always want to make sure that if there's a family member left, the wife is left, she continues or he continues to stay in the home. That's not our intention, but that's one of the biggest misconceptions of this program. Ms. Ringo's single employed people have to go out and actually do an assessment as well. And if they're found to be needy, then at that point, once the financial is approved, then they go forward. So we kind of work a lot with Lori as far as making sure this process is followed.
Could you go back to the part about the $64,000 home?
$636,000 home.
Yeah.
So the home can be valued at $636,000. That's the cap. We will not touch that home as long as there is a spouse or a son or a daughter that has lived there prior to, or there's a disabled family in the home. They're allowed to keep that home. We will not touch it.
So if it's worth $1 million, you're $400,000, where are you going to assess that?
Right. And I think in our area, I don't think our houses are assessed that high. It's more in the bigger areas, like the metro area. Some of those houses are $735,000, and you look at our houses that are comparable, and you actually say, wow, what a difference. They look the same as ours, but
If they're located on acreage, is that taken into consideration
actually,
too?
we look at the land cost, what the land is, because most of the time it's the house on land plus the extra, so we do not actually have to do that as well.
Well, pretty disheartening for people that have to work their whole lives and store money away to be punished for it. And then those that do have somewhat of a little bit more success than others that aren't part of the ant or the worker bee of the country or the state. They're in the same boat at the end when they need those services available to them, because I worked and I was successful, and now I'm going to not qualify, or they're going to take if I utilize these services. I think it's just disgraceful what we do it to our elderly in this state right now, because what are we teaching our youth? To go to college and work hard, or get a trade, go to school and work your whole life off, to be put back in the same position of being oppressed when you retire and done? And we're going to make you poor again, or if you have assets, we're going to take them from you? What a crock.
It's sad.
Well, excuse me. That gives us a pretty good, thank you so much for that presentation. We're going to take a recess.
I got one, if I may, just out of curiosity. You were talking about CDs and other bank accounts, checkings. So I'm going to guess the applicant has to fill that information out on the application.
They do, but we also have a program called ABP that will run throughout banks.
So you have the authority to vote.
You already entered the votes.
They're all showing period. And in order to move assets and not be deemed for it, the person's got to move those assets at least 5 years. Okay, let me get this.
So yes, if you're thinking about ending this, or you think that you may need long-term, 5 years. Thank you.
Mr. Aragon, I think at this point in time, because we have a 1 o'clock meeting.
Do a motion on the case counts.
Yes, okay. Let me have a motion to approve the case load counts and activity by program.
Make that motion to approve the case of counts and activity by program.
Second the motion?
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Luis Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
Yes, so what we'll do, we're going to go into the next meeting, we're going to come back and finish this meeting from B all the way to the payment reports.
Okay.
So we're going to extend your afternoon just a little bit lengthier than planned. Our apologies for that.
No worries. I will have to adjust the meetings that I had scheduled, so I will try to get those moved over before we come back.
Very good.
So we'll suspend this meeting?
We're going to, yes, do I have a motion to suspend this meeting and go into the...
Second. Yes.
Commissioner Luis Lopez? Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Felix Lopez?
I was going to
Yes.
ask how long this is going to take to get that 10 minutes. CTS I hear, or the other one?
I thought it was supposed to be in person.
In person, that's what we have.
Okay, Michael, don't go too far. Hold on.
I didn't see him walk across the...
You did?
I had
Okay.
We might check with Kim, he might have left her, which are
Yeah.
it's her. I don't know.
Teresa. I mean, they suspended, is the meeting over?
Suspended.
Yeah, we're suspended. We have a 1 o'clock work session with...
I'm going to just stop it then.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it is here.